Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, June the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Michael Williams, so you guys in YouTube, in the main room can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do me the favor of letting me know you can hear me and see my screen. So let's take a look at, first of all, ALNY, guys. So this is dragging a couple of other ones up. ALNY soaring on positive data from its heart drug study. Huge move here, 36% up. Big float, 125 million. So obviously this is late stage. It is also dragging up as sympathy plays. Two companies that I can find. Thank you, Les and MSilk. A couple of other ones, NTLA, and also IONS. So sympathy plays to ALNY. So that is huge news for this company, obviously. Now, AGFY under $1. Let's see if it can break over $1 today. AGFY, I don't see any news on it. I'm sure there must be something, but I don't see any news on it. And give me one more moment. I have to, for some reason, again, my news in Interactive Brokers. There we go. Yeah, I don't see any news on AGFY. Sure, there's something out there, but I don't see it. Okay, this one is just showing up here now, guys, for me. REVB, just showing up. REVB. Was doing nothing until, well, a second ago, 5 seconds ago. All of a sudden, it's starting to move. Wow, it's got room. So look at the weekly chart for REVB. The high is 434. Let me just take another look here. 365 looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And then 367 and then 434. I did see Gemini administration. Okay, announces phase 1 clinical study of its Gemini met the primary safety endpoint. Okay, so it's only a phase 1, but it is popping on that news, and that is REVB. And this is a low float, 1.63 million in the float. And it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. A little too late now, unfortunately. Yeah, but 9,000 shares available. Here's a big disaster today, guys. GTHX, as their drug fails in late stage study for GTHX, down 43%. Got a little nice pop, though, I have to admit, 40% from $1 to $1.40. GTNP, is it still doing something? Well, first of all, let's take a look at MLGO. Been a very active one over the last few weeks, actually. MLGO. Somebody asked, is there any news on it? This is all I could find. Actually, I'm sorry. This is that was from the 20th. I am sorry. I thought that was from. Yeah, that was Thursday afternoon. It looks like. Company reporting a 13.56 passive stake. ICU. This is a continuation. Looks like a continuation play. ICU. So still can't see it anymore though. So it must be under 8% now. Yeah, just under 8%. So why I say that is that my lowest here is 8.57%. So ICU, Now it's pulled back quite a bit from 975, a $2 pullback, but it is a bit of a continuation, not a bit of one. I mean, look at the last 2 days for ICU, Thursday and Friday, big green candles. So it's above Friday's high. Looks like to me anyway, what did it get up to? Got up to 976, right into this area. Looks like that is a pretty tough area to get through, acting as resistance on ICU. If you can see my daily chart. Zila, XLEA, XLEA. Yeah, another pretty big percentage pullback from 317 back down to 250. Now this is a 35 million dollar breach remediation notification contract. All right, so they've got $35 million contract, and that is another low float, 6.3 million in the float. Talk a little bit about the trade of the week. The trade of the week is the same one as last week. Did not trigger last week. This was triggering on a pullback play. Now, if it gets up to 570, that is the trigger. Okay. Okay. I did see this EPOW way up here at $1, but it is drifting down back down to 70 cents. Well, not that I think it's going to happen today, and it may never happen, but you can see that with the Rev B, our EVB, if it could ever take out this 450 mark, look how much room it's got. There are a couple of very small earnings plays that I can see. Money Hero, MNY. This is an earnings play. MNY is an earnings play. Let's see what it could do. The high last week was up around 275. Not really that active. Another now this one, this SWIN, this Solomon Holdings. Keep thinking that with these ETFs for Ethereum coming. I mean, this was the rumor anyway regarding SWIN that would help them, and I think that's what caused this pop up here. Of course, it dropped immediately, not immediately, but it got up to $44 that day, and it just collapsed right back down to 4. So, but it is an earnings play today, SWIN. And our market, what is our market doing? Yeah, the SPY is yeah, mildly negative. Let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Pre-market, of course, XLE, the main ETF for energy. 90% in green, meaning 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, that's what these percentages refer to. Not really seeing anything out of the ordinary. Hmm. Carnival has earnings tomorrow, guys. CCL has earnings tomorrow. A little bit of action in CCL today with its earnings tomorrow, pre-market. Of course, IBB being helped. IBB is a healthcare ETF, obviously being helped along by ALNY. Metal, that NNE, guys, not that this is part of that, but let's take a look at that NNE still. What a run it has been on. And a little bit more news today. Just reading about this. So it's at the high of Thursday right now. Yeah, Thursday's high was 650, so it's at that high. This morning at what time was that? That was about 7:20 Eastern time. It did get up to 1750. Just what a run, though. What a run. 3 weeks of really doing nothing. And then, back here, the week of May the 27th. Ever since then, it has just been on a tremendous run. And last week, it really accelerated. All right, just taking a look at some of these other ones that I hadn't really talked about. These are mainly stocks that are still under a dollar. Now, this one is not. RDZN is not. Don't see any big news. I don't see any news on this one. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that are down a lot more. Let's take a look at Fufu, FUFU. So this is a bit, wow, holy smokes. I just took a little gander, a little look at Bitcoin. Holy smokes, look at IBIT now. So this is a Bitcoin play, FUFU. Down almost $3,000 that I can see anyway. Look at this. This is real. That's a big drop now, guys. I mean, I took all this out now. And I've got 61,083 right now. 5% drop. That is a big drop. Yeah. I think we were saying last week, William, that 58,000 was a potentially a key area. Take a look at Mara. And of course, Riot. Well, let's see. The next low for IBIT is 34.23. I'm going to put an alert there. Takes that out. And there's another big gap underneath. Hmm. And I just heard CLSK, of course, another Bitcoin. When I say another Bitcoin, I'm in the sector. Crypto stocks. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. See if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. ALT, haven't seen this one for a while. After the company announced another obesity drug. Okay. Were they, just give me a moment. I want to see this other headline. I didn't know they were in that sector. Quite frankly, I hadn't heard that they were in that sector. But anyway, here's ALT. So I'll pop through the 200-day moving average for ALT. But to me, anyway, getting into from the current price up to 8, looks like there could be some resistance along the way. The stock is starting to sink here, guy. Yeah, RGLS. Look at this one. So, I mean, initially, you see the headline. This is the initial headline. Rises 22% after positive results for kidney disease treatment. Okay. And of course, that popped it up here. But now, market is just selling off or selling it off. Almost like they've announced the financing, but I cannot see that. But evidently, there's more. I mean, maybe you got to dive high, like more into the headline. So, in terms of a short for ALNY, okay, thank you, William. Look at this though. This is just getting creamed here. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but just getting absolutely creamed here. And again, you glance at a headline, positive top line data, boom, but now reality sets in. Yeah, it's just phase one. Phase 1B. But this is a pretty, I mean, we've seen that before though, phase one, sure they pop up, but they don't necessarily go hugely negative right off the bat. But anyway, it is what it is, guys. That's what hopefully nobody got nailed in that. Went away, bought it, looked like it was holding, went downstairs, make yourself some toast and coffee, and hopefully you have not done that. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not really a low float. 87 million in the float, so it's not low. I haven't really been looking. I know I used to post the upgrades and downgrades. Thanks, Casa, for doing that. I haven't really been looking at the upgrades and downgrades, but I probably should start. There just weren't that many of them. So I'm looking at the downgrades. I see CMC SA. Yeah, nothing really. Let's take a look at the upgrades. Not very many upgrades. Um, Interesting. Roth has upgraded Cinemark, this CNK, to 26 from 19 to 26. Now, here is a big one. Here is a big one. I mean, I don't know what the current price is, but let's take a look. Guy, I mean, this RGLS is just getting, I mean, I understand it's only phase one, but wow. So let's take a look at Planet Fitness. For whatever reason, so TD Cowen has upgraded them from 66 to $92. From 66 to $92. And that is PLNT. Hmm, interesting. Now, again, if you're listening to me and you're hearing some analysts saying, we think it's going to 92, and you're looking at this price of 75, think, well, I'll just pour everything I have into this. No, okay. But you can see, I mean, Planet Fitness, let's take a look at a monthly chart. And I think we're going to see something pretty obvious. Actually, not as obvious as I thought. I thought during the pandemic, this was really would have sunk a lot. Like this looks like more like pandemic because who's going to the gym? Anyway, well, that's what I mean, William. Yeah, I mean I mean, with RGLS, I mean that is a massive collapse. I mean, I get it; it's only phase one, but I mean, we've seen that before. Stocks very positive, lots of euphoria, the pre-market, and then they drift down. But this is like another collapse now. 21%. All right, guys, I am going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Actually, give me a maybe just want to see if anything else sneaks in here. Okay, again, just looking at this ALT, I wish all this weren't here. If there, the next high was up here at 950, this would be a really interesting one to be watching. ALT. But where is Bitcoin going to settle? IBIT. I mean, I don't know if there are any Bitcoiners out there, but to explain, this weakness since here, because before I mean, Bitcoin was kind of following what the market was doing. Market certainly has not been doing this since the high here. So basically a June swoon here. Tesla, let's take a look. I haven't looked at, I don't really look at Tesla, but let's take a look at Tesla. TSLA. So yeah, well, it's had a nice move off the bottom anyway, 182 to 184. That was TSLL doing. So it's up 1.88%. So that's probably double what the other one is. So real cheap. You want to pay Tesla on the long side, you can always look at TSLL. Plenty of volume, lots, very liquid. Yeah, again, we're in for a mildly well, actually, the SPY's had a bit of a sell-off, hasn't it? I mean, up here, 545, and it's at a well, very minor. Looks worse than it is, but we're up to 545 pre-market, and we're 544 now. But we've had a bit of a sell-off, nothing dramatic. Not too much happening in terms of the economic indicators today, guys. I guess I don't understand. Maybe this is jumbled up. 3 o'clock, Waller has a 10:30 is the Dallas Fed manufacturing, and 2 p.m. Daily talks. So other than that, there's really not much going on in terms of economic. I don't know what Mount Gox is. Bitcoin drop today could have something to do with Mount Gox news. I don't know what that means. But thanks for that, Em. Maybe somebody else. Again, I really don't follow it that closely. Oh, I see. A defunct Mount Gox. Okay. To return over 140,000 Bitcoin to victims of the 2014 hack. Maybe. All right, guys. What I do want to do is get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Okay, a couple of adjustments on my other monitor, and I'll be set to go. Good morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. All right, so we are just getting ready for this open now. And I'm looking at some of the one. I have some of these flyers in the pre-market. I have some of them thumbnailed. Just looking to see if anything is interesting happening with any of them. MLGO is, just kind of in a holding pattern right now. 1 minute. Thank you, William. So again, guys, if you have our AI, if you have our premium service, you have our AI. This is all I would do. This is the screen I think that you should follow. Nothing else. Make it really simple. All you have to do is click New from our toolbar. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. Okay, and no alerts until at least 9:40. That's by design. The other thing I would do is make sure it says none in that filter box. I would have it say none. If you it might say profitable right now, I would uncheck that and have it say none so you can follow the alerts all day long, okay? That is my advice. And again, nothing happens in that. No alerts until at least 9:40. All right, guys, we're now open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. So, just like last week, there are no stocks meeting the large cap gainers from the start of the race yet. And we've got Rev B. Yeah, so it got all the way up to 360, pulled back down to 284, and is revving up again, guys. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, that's just I try to let things settle down. If this one just screams higher right from the beginning, I'm going to miss it. But I'm totally prepared for that. And this is just phase one. So here's another one, William. It's just phase one, but it certainly did not do the same as the other one. Oh, wait a minute. Or did it? No, that was the RGLS. Okay. Now, here's another one. I did mention this one in the pre-market. RDZN, guys, Roadzen. Don't know anything about this company. Roadzen with commercial auto insurance agency expects $10 million in annual revenue. That is the news for RDZN. Rev B revving up here, guys. Very low float, probably, right? Yeah, 1.6 million in the float. So extremely low float. And I think that it was either Cass or Draw said that they did a reverse split last week, maybe. I do apologize. We have to appreciate what Draw and Casa do in the pre-market every wow, there's GovX, guys. Sorry for interrupting that, but look at GovX. Look at GovX. If I can find it here. Where are you? There you are. So GovX is on the move here. Above Friday's high now. Probably a low float. Yeah, another low float. 3 million in the float. Look at NU, guys. NU on the move here. NU didn't do really anything in the pre-market. NU on the move here. What do they do? Digital banking services. Okay. Yeah. Look at this one. Wow. I mean, this is a big move. And I can't believe this. I mean, is that right? 3 billion in the float? 3 billion in the float. That is a big move. I don't see any news on it. This is sort of in the NU headline, but I don't see NU mentioned here. Berkshire has a large position. Okay. I just don't see that here. I don't see any reason for this move right up, but that's a massive float. 3 billion. That's a big move, 5%, kind of out of nowhere. Good grief. Look at this NNE, guys. Challenging the pre-market high now. I mean, it's really interesting technology if you read about it. And every week it just seems to, does not want to give up. The high, it's above last week's high now, of course. And now it's taking out the pre-market high. A firm rallies after Goldman upgrades to buy. Let's see if they put a price target on it. Price target from 21 to 42. Okay. So I guess originally they had, I don't know when they had that 21 price target. Obviously it hit it. Now they're raising the price target to 42, and that is Goldman. 200-day moving average is, it's about $1 away. All right, kind of watching some of these. I know there are people following GME. So GME is having a push here. GME having a push. It's gone positive now. It was negative pre-market, but it has gone mildly positive, up a nickel. from Friday's close as we speak. And Zap is still alive here, guys. Zap, ZAPP. Wednesday's high was 388. Look at the volume coming in. Low float. Actually, it's not a low float. 42 million. Now look at NNE, guys. Look at NNE just making another new high. Wow, Rev B is not really giving it up, is it? Phase one, that's it. Yeah, there's the alt guys. Alt, ALT on the move here. Pulled back down to $7. Obesity play now. Now I was saying that it looked like it had some resistance up to 8. But if it gets through 8 and with any strength, next high is 825, and then way up here at around 9. So ALT company announced. So this is an obesity play. Yeah, no halts yet. Surprised. So that's a big pullback, guys. I got up to Rev B got up to 380 and it pulled all the way back. Well, it pulled even lower, back down to 320. I mean, that's a big pullback percentage wise. So I don't like trading in the first 15. I know I'm going to miss something that just keeps revving higher, but too many times I've seen this action. Yeah, it's great if you get in early and you're able to navigate your way out. Fine, but not necessarily the easiest thing to do. China education stock is moving here. EDU, this is moving. I haven't seen this one really in play for a long time. So there's the 200-day moving average, 76. So it's about a little less than $1 away. EDU is on the move. Don't know why. Can't see any news on it. But so let's take a look at TAL. See another big China education stock. Yeah. So they're both going. TAL and EDU both going. And then there was that other one. I can't remember the name of it. Real cheap, much cheaper. I think it starts with G. Help me, guys. Which is that? G. Thank you, Dip Buyer. GOTU. Let's see if they're all going. Yeah. So the China education stocks, for whatever reason, they're in play today. Now, is KWEB, is it the overall China market, or is it just no, it looks like it's the overall China market. So it's not just the education stocks. So there's KWEB, putting in a big green bar to start. Man, oh man, NE and NNE over 18 now. There's another one, guys. I want to say Rubik's Cube. Our rubric, RBRK is on the move. RBRK is on the move. Volume is just starting now. RBRK. And what did they do? Cloud. Okay, so nothing that well, I mean, it's interesting to them, of course, but break over 8 will probably be pretty interesting for ALT. The next high would be 827. Okay. And if it can somehow get through that, 875, 881 is the next high. Here's one going, guys. CLVT is one on the move. CLVT on the move. No action in the pre-market. Launches IP collaboration hub to streamline global IP. Whatever, just a mouthful of stuff, but that's the news for CLVT. And it is not a low float. 400 million in the float. Not a low float. I am surprised we've had no halts. Now, somebody mentioned Vivek increasing his stake or something in BuzzFeed, BZFD, but more news: struggles to sell owner of the hit YouTube show Hot Ones. Okay, don't know anything about that. Wow, look at NNE. It's from our AI too, guys. From our AI, right there, 1769. There's a dollar move so far. Ooh, boy, look at this thing got halted. So finally, we've got a halt here, guys, and MLGO just exploded higher, and that's the reason for the halt. Now, well, not because it got higher, but it's a volatility halt. Okay, a volatility halt. So now, looking left, 645 is the next high. Now, what I'm hoping for is to maybe get a way to trade this one. It's halted at 612. So this is the first, I'm showing this blue screen. This is from Interactor Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is the halt, 612. Can't see the symbol, but it is MLGO. 612 is the hot price. This column here is maybe where it could open, okay? 613, but this number can change, of course. I don't see any news on it today, but it's been super active over the last few weeks, really. 3 weeks ago, it got up to $15. Very low float, 4.5 million, China stock. LRE is also halted. LRE is halted on the way. Interesting. This is halted on the way up. And this is an all-time high now for LRE. Out of Japan. Japanese stock. Okay, LRE. So nice short from our AI, actually, guys, for BBIO, BBio. Lots of shares available also in Interactive Brokers, almost 4 million shares. So plenty of availability, at least at Interactive Brokers for short. So I'm assuming other brokers have a supply of shorts available for BBIO. Gordy, GRDI. So this is still pretty active. Last week it was very active. Got up to $1.70. That was on Thursday. All right, so you can see how now this has changed just a little bit. Last time we looked, it was 613. Now it's 615. Okay, this is not. Usually they are 5-minute halts. Usually they're 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:49 plus 41 seconds. Okay. So they're basically a holding company. MLGO is basically a holding company, unless something is dramatically changed. Okay, I've got to wait to see how this opens. So if it's going to, it's about less than a minute now. If it's a 5-minute halt or MLGO. Yeah, Hut. Thank you, John. Hut. Yeah, Hut's on the move here. Price target raised to 15 from 13 by Needham. Now, this is a Bitcoin play, but for what I don't know if that's the reason why Hut is up. But let me take a look at IBIT as an example. Is IBIT putting a little bit? Not really. So Hut is moving on its own. Hut is moving on its own right now, anyway. Okay, MLGO just opened, guys. MLGO just opened, and it is holding over 6, trying to hold over 6. Okay, well, guys, you know how I might want to trade this one. Up to you, of course. See if I take out 618 again. Yeah, it's probably a reverse split though, big here. Okay. Well, the firm is running for a reason. We can say that it is running for a reason. I'm talking to Bekir in our YouTube room. I had an upgrade. So, I mean, you can say that is the reason that a firm is running. Okay. Yeah. So it is running because Goldman Sachs upgraded it. I think to can't remember what the price target was, but they've upgraded it. So that is the reason. All right. Well, Microalgae did not. I'm still waiting to see it. It's pulled back a little bit more than I would like, but again, I'm going to wait to see if it takes up that 618 again, or the 612. Sorry, the 612. That's what I'm kind of waiting on to see if it takes out 612. Mm. Man, oh man, look at NNE. Got up to 19. Really watching this MLGO to see if it takes out 6 again. Oh, we had this one halted on the way up or down. Okay, this was a big one last week too, guys. TBLT. This was a big one on Thursday. You can see the big topping tail up here, but up to 527. It is now halted. TBLT. Okay, TBLT halted on the way up. Now this could go crazy. I mean, I don't believe it's going to open at 561, but so there's the halt 475. There's the potential open, but you can see I just can't believe it'll open that high. All right, guys. Well, again, I'd be watching this MLGO if it takes out 6 again. Okay, just going to hang underneath that 6 level. And what's the market? So we've got a little disconnect in the market. The Dow's up, Nas up, a fair amount. Nas is down a little bit. SPY is up. So a little bit of a disconnect in the market between the value stocks versus growth stocks. Man, NNE challenging 20. How's SMR doing? It is the same sector. Yeah, SMR, same sector as NNE. Okay, I see that Alt is struggling to get through 8. ALT is struggling to get through 8. All this WKHS earlier didn't really, yeah, look at it now. So WKHS, what do they do? A battery electric, okay. Next high looking left is 220, okay, on the daily chart anyway. Okay, this RXO, it's not quite a lifetime high, but RXO, pre-market, I got up to $24, 24.12 to be exact, and keep an eye on this one. I mean, this is a big pop. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one after a deal to buy Coyote Logistics from UPS. Okay. So that is the news. That is the news on RXO. Karate Cobra in our YouTube room. Hello. So LRE just got halted on the way up again, guys. Another lifetime high now. Japanese stock LRE just got halted on the way up. Okay, MLGO challenging 6 again, guys. Okay, guys, there it goes. Oh, man, there goes MLG. Hopefully, we're able to take a look at it over 6. Now it's still pretty it is still pretty volatile. It is very volatile. Let's see if it gets back over 6 again. Nice short, William, on the NNE. Okay, MLGO still teasing at that 6 level. Again, a China stock, 4.5 million in the float, so it's very low float. Still, again, struggling at that 6 level. Okay, well, I've got my alert set up here around 618 to see if it can really clear 6 again and really run. The next high looking left is 645. What did it get up to? Look what it got to, guys. Literally, I think probably to the penny. 644 is the high it got to. And when you look left on the daily chart, that is the high, 645. So right to the penny, it got there and stopped. Okay, I'm really watching this. I mean, I wish that high weren't there, that 645, and it may not matter. You just got to be careful, okay? And with that float, you've got to be very careful. I mean, I really want to take this, but Stick an alert at 620 and see if it can really clear that. Yeah. Meanwhile, NNE had a big pullback. Got up to $20 basically, and it has pulled back a bit. I really didn't pay that. I should have paid way more attention, I guess, to the LRE. This has been, a lot better out of the halts than has certainly MLGO. Now, how did TBLT do out of the halt? Ooh, way up here, 495. So yeah, I mean, there was no way. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, when we looked at it, the potential open was around the 550 mark. I just did not believe that would happen. This is a heck of a short from our AI guys for BBIO. There's a short at 23.92, $22 now. Okay. And plenty of shorts available. So two really nice ones from our AI today. NNE, of course, early. And it's trying to come back. I mean, it is trying to come back. I had the pullback. There was the alert at 1769. I don't mind showing this now. For those of you who have our AI, this is what you should have been seeing. And then on the BBIO, on the short side, right there, 23.92. Look at this. I mean, there's a great move. $2 now. And meanwhile, look at this market. Look at this market. Giant red bar, giant green bar to start. Follow up. So I'm trying to see. If there's any news on this one for BBIO, other than the lawyers saying if you've lost money. But this is typical. I don't know if this is a. So this is a competitor to ALNY, BBIO. So maybe that's the reason. But take a look at IONS because that was up. No, okay. So now they're starting to drop. Okay. These were sympathy plays. I mean, IONS is still up for the day. These are sympathy plays to ALNY. And at the beginning, they were reacting positively. Okay, so Max, sorry, William, I saw you posted something about Max. Let's see if I say it here. Wolfpack says short. So they came up with a short report on Max. So that certainly helped to knock it down immediately, but it has come back up. Okay, guys, alt takes this out right there. That high right there, 808. The next high is 827. And if we can get through all that, 875. So halt, sorry, ALT is certainly in play right now. Meanwhile, LRE, this is the one, guys. I mean, I just sort of disregarded it. LRE, low float, low float, 1.7 million should not a lot of volume. Relative volume is huge, almost 100. So this is trading 100 times over now, 100 times normal up to this time of day. Remember, it's time of day sensitive, so call it 10 a.m. Eastern time. MLGO, guys, I know it's just teasing us here at $6. I mean, the reason I'm, of course, interested is because 3 weeks ago this got up to almost $15, and that's what I think traders are looking at. I mean, that high right there is 645, and that's what it got to this morning, 644. This could be one of those that later on in the day, maybe if it kind of settled down and takes out that high, might go. Right now, I mean, it's just way too choppy for me. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at these giant green candles. All right, guys. Now RXO is hanging around here. Excuse me. It's not an all-time high, but it's close. 88%. Got up to over $1 from its current price in the pre-market. Got up to a little over 24. Okay, guys. Jeez, again. The MLGO popped up through 620. I was all set to take it, and then it dropped back down. Man, I'm just going to have to let this. Oh, I'm wrong. Just let me get the chart up. I mean, it popped right up to 620, hit my price alert. Was all set to take it, dropped immediately. So, all right, I'm going to have to concentrate on something else. Reset that price alert. Okay, BBIO had a bounce finally, 2158 up to 2222 had a bounce finally. Hmm. Well, okay, guys, you know what I'm looking at. MCBC. I'm not looking at this. Well, I am now. MCBC, for some reason, it triggered. I must have put this alert last week. MCBC. All right, finally. All right, let's see if MLGO can hold this level and move. And MCBC. So I remember this one. I love the name Makatawa. This is an all-time high right here. Well, basically an all-time high right here. Makatawa, MCBC. Okay. You can see 99% right there. So ICU. Now I mentioned this one in the pre-market. This is let's take a look at it. ICU. Yeah, the next high looking left. Wow, it's got a lot of room, guys. I mean, 828, there's the high. And the next high looking left is 894. I know, wow, I know it's an AI play, but it doesn't matter. This looks really interesting. I mean, it's all about the next high looking left. Yeah, we've got 2.95 million, so we're in the ballpark draw as far as the float is for ICU. Yeah, so again, trying to get through that 8 level for alt. And the next high is, well, it's 808 and then 827 for alt, ALT. Ah, I'm not loving the way this MLGA is trading. Okay, ALT guys. Yeah, I mean, now it's trying to get through that 8 level. What did I say? 808 was the next high looking 808, and then 827. If I can get through all of that, then 881. Yeah. Took myself, I'm going to look at it one more time later on. I took myself out of the MLGO the minute it got into the low teens. So I took a loss on that one, but I will look at it later. I mean, it is jumpy still. Just give me a moment. Man, has this been a fast morning? Lots of action, guys. Now, you mentioned OKLO. I should have brought that chart up. You said it's kind of a sympathy play, I guess, with NNE. Do they do the same thing? Yeah, fission react. Yeah, no kidding. Good one. Whoever mentioned that one before, was that you, Daniel, or somebody else? So 975. So the next high still has room. Wow, it still has some room. Now it's super extended, of course, but I'm talking with the OKLO. But if it can rest here a little bit, the next high looking left, it still has some room on the daily chart. 1065. So that's almost $1 away. This one from last week, I remember seeing this one last week. Excuse me, SLNH. So the high last week was 656. So it has room. Looking at the high of last week. Okay. SLNH, probably a low float, another low floater. 3.8 million in the float. Not a lot of volume. Relative volume is fine, but not a lot of absolute volume. Okay, guys, it's 10:20. So again, a very fast morning. Gonna go over my homepage, things you'll find on it, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off. First month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code you see on my homepage. This changes, of course, but right now it's 15% off. The reason to use my code, the room gets credit for the sale, and that really helps to keep the room free. It is obviously a free room. So the reason it's free is because people use my code, and that really helps to promote the room. Okay. Getting started, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Run first one, download and install your first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. That's the first thing you should do. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, free series of videos for you. Okay. You're new to trading, 30, I think there are about 38 of them. I think are very beneficial if you're brand new to trading or you're just starting out. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. It is triggered. Let's take a look at KODK. It was a trade of the week last week also, but it did not trigger. And it doesn't look like it has triggered. No, 570 is the trigger, so it is not triggered. So it's not bad, it just hasn't triggered, okay? Excuse me. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Like it's very well laid out. There's the getting started right at the very beginning, getting started. You want a lot more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is. You see I'm running these 3 races here. This is all about stock racing right here. You see I also have price alerts, but if you're looking also to maybe create a symbol list or a watch list, here's where you can do it. Okay. And again, don't get hung up on how much is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Getting started series again here. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And if you're looking for my scans, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, middle section right here, scans. Now, for some reason, it is not clickable. You might have an old cached copy of it. If it's not clickable, just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then hit that little refresh icon, and that should get it clickable. Okay. Clickable meaning that you can't really see it. You see this, click here. You just can't see it. It doesn't look like it's clickable. In order to see the click here, just do what I just did. Okay. So click here. Here are the current scans the scans that I'm currently sharing. And I don't have all of them up and running. Okay. You can see these 3 right here. These 3 races are right here. You can see the Halts resumes over here. But I do have other scans. Again, I don't have them all up and running. So you can take a look at them. I'm going to show you the momentum scan. I'd like to demonstrate the momentum scan just to show you what Trade Ideas is all about. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I don't usually go to 3 p.m. anymore. Usually it's between 2:30 and quarter to 3. But the main room is open until usually 4. William has very graciously done this for several months now. He's under no obligation to do it, but he seems to like to do it. So we'll find out today how long he'll keep it open till. And that's the main room. So what is Trade Ideas? And by the way, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long, okay? If I'm wrapped up doing something, I'll certainly let you know, but typically I can answer questions almost immediately. And if I can't answer the question, if it's an accounting type question, I'll direct you to somebody who can. If you're looking for a type of scan that you don't see on my homepage, maybe one of the other traders has it or something similar, okay? But anyway, to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about, this is an alert window. If I right click on it, and click on configure and then summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. We screen, of course, this is the screening aspect of this scan, but what we're really, really good at, real-time alerting. Okay. And so in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three. That means it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Is this time of day sensitive? So it's almost 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So these are all real-time alerts. So the last time this happened was at 10:27 plus 14 seconds, and that was for RDW. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, I am sharing it on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make a change, you can. Maybe you don't want the same price range. Maybe you want to adjust something else. Of course, that's completely up to you. And one moment. So again, if you like the scan the way it is, of course, you can have it the way it is. But if you want to make a change, you can. Again, the price range might not be what you want. Maybe something else. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like, take one out you don't like. It's up to you. But if you like it the way it is, I am sharing it. I see the CPOW was halted and now resumed. Now you see what happened? There's GRI just made a new high for the day. Okay, that's why. And at 10:28 plus 52 seconds, these are all real-time alerts. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. This, this time, I will click on search. So you'll see right at the top here. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we have: the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, if I keep scrolling down, these icons, these are all, we have a lot of other different real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down to get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, like I said about the guide, don't get hung up if you're looking at this for the first time. Don't get hung up and thinking, well, this program is way too hard. There's no way I can learn all of these real-time alerts and all of the filters. Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans. Okay, but you don't have to. In fact, only ones I use: new high of the day and the new low of the day, and only a handful of the filters. It doesn't mean that the rest of these are not good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I care about. You may have a different trading style. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. Boy, this MLGO is still teasing us, guys, right at that sixth level. Look at all the bottoming tails. There are topping tails too, but there are bottoming tails. So, the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers keep stepping in. But, the reverse was happening up here. Wow, look at Gordy now, guys. GRDI won the last race. So let me explain a little bit about what the racing is and what you're seeing here. So I am running 4-minute races. Okay. I chose 4 minutes for whatever reason many months ago. Okay. There's the MLGO. But of course, you can now if you go to the guide, it'll show you exactly how you start races and what they're all about. Okay. And of course, you can pick your own time frame. So what does a 4-minute race mean? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click and I open this top list, okay, these are all the stocks that satisfy the parameters I have in my top list. And I'll just show you what they are. Nothing fancy. 1 in 50 between 1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, Friday's close. Okay. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, they will be in this list. Now, great. What does that all mean? Well, now I can launch a race using these filter requirements. In the old days, before we had races, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up most, for say for the change from the open, if I had that as a column header, which I do, obviously in this case, I can see that EPOW is up 47% from the open, 49% from the open now, and LRV is 18%. But what if I wanted to see, what if some other stock down here, CRDL, all of a sudden was just racing, at 7.4% from the open. Now it's 8%, 10%, 12%, 15%. Pretty hard for me to follow something like that. It's buried down here. It's obvious I can see these guys, but I may not be able to, I will not probably, unless I'm staring, which would be crazy to do all day long, staring to see if what stock is really moving. So that's what the race does. The race starts. We're 3 minutes into this race now. And as we speak, since the race started, this GRDI has moved the most, 5.88% since the start of the race. Okay. And you can see MLGO, since the race started, it has moved 2%. So whatever stock wins the race at the end, once this race is over after 4 minutes, it'll be the winner. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. It's a great way to start out trading because now you can just focus on maybe a top 10 list all day long. And I've got different races running. This race right here, you're going to see usually some fairly dramatic moves, or you can see some dramatic moves because I do not have a market cap stipulation in here. And this one, these are the ones that have larger market caps. Okay. I don't cap it at a certain, most of them are going to be fairly low float here, but I don't put a filter in like that. It's just sort of more wide open. This one it has to have at least a 500 million market cap plus 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see the dramatic percentage increases, but it might be a lot, I want to say easier to trade, but less frantic. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, it finally, vindication, finally. Waited and waited and waited. I say I took the loss on the first time. Had that alert around 622 and got back in. And now I have sold a lot out. Okay, because I'm not going to mess around with this one. Finally. You can see all the price alerts I had on this MLGO. I mean, it may keep roaring higher, but I've got rid of most of mine. Okay, and the next high looking left is 699. Let me take that out. If it does, next high is 950. So I have some left, not a lot, just in case it does the real crazy thing. It takes out 7, and then it starts to challenge that 950. Whew. All right, guys. Where was I? Okay, so this is a large cap gainers from the start of the race. This doesn't look at market cap at all. So you're going to see things like the MLGO. okay, that moved nine is as we speak, is up 9.4% since the start of the race. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to remain up there. Obviously, if it starts dropping, it'll drop, and some other stock could overtake it. And being the leader. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on a symbol. Click on any symbol that's moving. Click on it. Just see what's happening. Okay. Now, and this race here, this is the large cap losers. Okay, just sort of the flip of this. These are the ones that are moving down. Whew, well, that was exhilarating on the MLGO, I have to admit. Give me a moment. And there's Gordy, guys. I mean, Gordy is still super active. GRDI. Boy, if MLGO holds 7 in a big way. I mean, it still could have a run in it. And then the RXO, man, I mentioned this one. When did I mention it? It's not quite. It's basically an all-time high. Lots of action today, guys. Monday morning, certainly not. Well, I don't even think there's no such thing, in my opinion, anyway, of a typical. People think Monday mornings must be slow. Friday afternoons, the same thing, but not necessarily at all. So RXO, guys, I mean, this is an all-time high. Basically an all-time high. Alt, let's take a look at Alt. Is it still? Yeah, Alt. I mean, look at Alt. I mean, I didn't take this one. Now, Alt 827, big level. Okay, that's your next high looking left on the daily chart. It takes that out, and then you've got 870, 881 is the next high. This is in the obesity sector. Remember this one from I think it was on Friday, guys. FLYE, FLYE. This is another electric vehicle company. Okay, out of the States. This was a looked like an IPO back here of some sort. Okay, when I say that, I'm not sure it was a SPAC. Maybe they turned into FLYE, or was it a true IPO? But the high on that week was 638. Stick an alert there. See if it takes out the high. And that'll be an all-time high. And see if this starts to run. Yeah, pretty good volume. 500,000 shares. That is 3.7 times normal. Still great volume on the MLGO. You got volume bars right there. Still, volume is not abating that much, guys. So still looking pretty. Oh boy, hold that 7 and move. Meanwhile, here's another one. Well, I know I mentioned this one, but here's the SLNH. SLNH, another low float, 3.88 million in the float. The high on Thursday was it's got room still. I mean, it has some room to move. Now, when I keep talking about looking left and having room, all I'm doing is I'm just looking left first on a daily chart to see where could a stock go until it hits the next high. That's all I'm looking at. Okay, I can't see it on the daily chart. Then I look on a weekly chart. You can see right there for SLNH, the next high is 655. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about some near-term chart resistance. The problem, of course, is that it looks awfully extended right here. You're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 15-minute charts in a row up, or charts, candles in a row up. Yeah, DJT is on the move. You're right. Saw it in the pre-market. It dropped down to 28, but up to 34 now. DJT on the move. Well, hallelujah, guys. Wow, look at MLGO now. Again, I kept a piece. Wow. Look at this cat. This is biggest one of the day. And look at the volume. Remember I was saying how the volume was still good? Okay. Now look at this volume bar right there. The 1030 candle, 15-minute candle, largest of the day now. And ICU, my goodness, guys. I mean, this is just over and over and over. It's all these low floaters. So this one came back from the dead here. GTHX got slammed down to $1. Oh, William, I think you did a little analysis of it, didn't you? Didn't you say that it wasn't the only thing they've got? GTHX. Man, there's a lot going on. So yeah, I mean, this got slammed down. Phase 3 trial missed. Okay, so obviously horrible news for this company, but maybe they've got other things in their pipeline. I know you posted something a long time ago, William. I did. GTHX has one drug already approved. So it's not a one-trick pony, but not great. But I guess that's the reason why it has bounced. That's a great bounce. It's almost almost a 100% bounce, guys, from 1 to 2. I'm sorry, Milagro, that I ever doubted you. It seemed to take forever to get through 6, but Meanwhile, NNE is still not, doesn't look like it's over. I mean, if it takes out 20 again, how did that OKLO finally pull back? And the answer is, yeah, a little bit of a pullback. Okay, so same sector, guys, as NNE, I guess. All right, so look, SLNH has kind of settled down a little bit. Okay, the longer it holds over 6 without moving too much, the better, in my opinion. Unless you're in it, I understand you want it to keep moving higher. But if you're not in it, then this is what I'd like to see anyway. Little base around 6 for maybe 2 15-minute candles, and then the pop. And because it does have some room still, 650 or so. So, any questions? You were looking at, in my opinion, the best real-time scanner on the market. And look, there's the TBLT, another low float, 7.7 million in the float. And again, if you're listening to me talk about the float all the time, just think of it like this. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. I still consider anything under 20 million as being very low, but we're seeing some stocks, that are, hovering on a million, even under a million. 7.7 million is still very low. So that is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. If there is demand for whatever reason, and sometimes you might try to find some news, you can't see any news. Well, don't worry about it. There is demand for this stock for some reason. I mean, this is not a great example. Let me get the MLGO. The reason, because this is a lot more dramatic. So look at that, 4.5 million in the float, 4.5 million shares in the float. Look how many shares have traded. 51 million shares have traded. So it has traded the float almost 12 and a half times. You just divide 4.5 into 51. Okay, and so at the end of the day, I mean, it's this could trade the float maybe 20, 30 times. So there is demand, high demand, low supply. What happens? Stock goes up. It's that simple. Now, once that's why we always have to check on the volume. Once the volume starts to dry up, I mean, these stocks can come down as fast as they went up. And so you'll hear me say all the time, if you're in one of these low float situations, you cannot wander away from your computer at all. Okay. Don't think, oh, I can race downstairs, get something. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Don't do it. So again, just think of it's like any other commodity on earth. You've got low supply of something, but for high demand, well, the price is going to go up. Any commodity, and stock is just stock. A company's stock is just like a commodity in that regard. Okay, so they've got a slightly higher float. Okay, double, still very low. Exactly like the only house that's for sale on a cul-de-sac. Exactly. Maybe later. Yeah, right. PJ, always a dig at me. Ah, why not? Do the cul-de-sac very quickly. Oh, I know. Here, I'm just kidding you too. Also, PJ. Um, Maybe in terms that people can really better understand. And I've used this analogy for years, it seems. Let's just say you live in a cul-de-sac, and I know it'd be a pretty big one, but there are 100 homes in your cul-de-sac, okay? And you want to sell your home and you list it for $500,000 and you're the only one is listing in that cul-de-sac. And for whatever reason, there's a bidding war that starts. You get several buyers coming in, and one guy says, "Well, I'll give you 500," but the next one says, "Well, I'll give you 550." The next one says, "I'll give you 600." Well, of course, what's going to happen? You're just going to wait it out, right? And as buyers fall all over themselves trying to get your home for whatever reason, maybe somebody's got inside info that there's going to be rezoning, or who knows? Doesn't really matter. It's a desirable area to live. And so you've got this big bidding war, and I think people can relate to maybe not your particular property, but you can certainly we've seen that. And so what happens that 500,000 that you listed now starts turning into 6, 7, 8, and finally, okay, you say, okay, sold to the guy who wants to pay me 900,000. So low supply, one house in the cul-de-sac, and then for whatever reason, high demand. Okay, and that's what happens. The price of your house goes up. That's on the good side. Now, how about the flip side? You want to sell your house and you put it on the market, you put it on for $500,000, and then your blasted neighbor says, "Well, I want to sell my house too." And instead of 500, puts it out for 450. And then some other guy says, "Well, I got to sell my house too." Puts it for 400. Well, what happens? You're 500 and you only have like one buyer coming in or two buyers, and that's it. There's no big feeding frenzy. Well, what happens? Of course, you're going to have, if you want to sell your house, you're going to have to drop your offer or your asking price down at least to the others or maybe below. And so all of a sudden there becomes a reverse bidding war. Okay. People falling all over themselves because they've got to get out. They've got to get out. And so the price of so that what you wanted at 500,000 now becomes maybe 400, maybe 350, maybe 300 because you've got to sell for whatever reason. So the same thing. Now you've got high supply, number of homes in your cul-de-sac up for sale and low demand. The absolute flip of the low supply and high demand. And that's the same with stocks. Well, I'm going to take a breather. And I'm almost living it in our complex. I mean, it's amazing. Seriously, we're not looking to sell, but it's absolutely amazing what's happening in our little gated community. Was that heavy breathing? All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:56. So in about an hour, I'll be taking my break. Chris Farley should be taking over. I will confirm that he'll be taking over for me. But PJ, you're old enough to remember that 5% is really nothing. Okay. It seems like a lot because of what we've been used to for the last, 15 years or so. But you're old enough to know that 5%, we would have been falling all over ourselves if we could have had 5% a few years ago. So anyway, but it's what people are used to. I think the biggest problem is going to be those who, tied in, say for 5 years and they're coming up for renewal. Okay, MLGO, you gave me a very, very nice ride, and I thank you for it. Didn't take Alt. Yeah, well, Alt is right at, isn't it? Oh, it's through that. Okay, it is through that level, 808 and then 827. So it is through. And so 881 is your next high. Next high. Well, MLGO was frustrating for me, not because I took the loss at the beginning, is because I kept watching it and was missing everything else. Not missing, but I wanted to concentrate on it. I did not want to miss it because as you see, look what happened when it finally got rolling. That was a massive, massive pop. I did not want to miss it. So, I was letting other things go by the wayside. That was what was frustrating for me if it didn't pop the way it did. But it did, so I don't care now. How deep how do? Did it go through a dollar? Not quite. Well, it did. I mean, this guys, the NNE, if it and there's the fly. I know somebody just talked about draw. I just talked about the fly E. All time high now. Low float. And did it get halted? No. Now the issue with it right now is the spread. 625, 649, makes it a little bit dicey to try to trade it. Again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys. So what I'm doing now is just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, but let me take. Oh, okay, KPTI, Kryptonite, KPTI. Wow. Okay, over a dollar now through the 200-day moving average, 107. Next high looking left. For me, it's just too close. So you can kind of see that. Even if it keeps moving, I mean, it's got all these little areas that it could stall, and that's what's keeping me from getting too excited about KPTI. And you can see, man, oh man, look at how ALRE fell. There's a classic, guys. I mean, 1.7 million in the float. Look marvelous right up here at $13, and now it's more than cut in half. Just the buying has dried up, and so the sellers are bailing. People are bailing now. Remember, at one point, this was an all-time high when it was up here. Guys, NNE 20 challenge again. So we've got really, I mean, three nice ones from our AI. I mean, NNE. And look, you missed it the first time. Look what it did. I mean, wait a minute. Let me show you where the alert was. So there was the alert at 1769. Okay. So 1769, before it pulled back, and you can see the little little blue arrow pointing upwards. Okay. So that was the candle on the 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, you'd see the candle. But before it pulled back at all, so it went from 1769 up to 1890. But look what happened though. It pulled back almost to the same price. You could have waited and seen what would happen right there. So if you miss it the first time, you could have, it's coming back into that price. The minute it started moving higher, you could have got it. And, again, it popped up to 1963, came back down. Again, if you missed it the second time, you could have kept looking at it then, got it around here, and now look at it. So this is what I'm saying is that the AI best used as a watch list. Okay. Don't think that if you miss it the first time, then that's it. Or that you have to get in right at the exact penny. And now Alt, the same thing. My guess is that there was the alert. Now the alert was at 798. It actually broke down below the alert price. You could have waited if you wanted to take it at 798, or you might have taken it down here. Maybe it hits a moving average that you like. Where's the VWAP? Maybe it hit the VWAP. I don't know, 780. Yeah, I mean, there's the VWAP. You could have said, you know what? I want to take it up just above the VWAP, which is below the original alert price. That's why I'm saying is get rid of, if you've got the profitable trades check, get rid of it. That filter box should say none. So you can follow the alerts all day long, okay? And you might get a better entry. No, well, a good place to get stuck is on the halt up, Todd. So hopefully, hopefully it works out for you. You can see right here, 710, 710 is your potential open. So obviously you are in before 695. So I'll be cheering you on. All right, guys. Chris just confirmed that, yeah, he'll be taking over for me in a little less than an hour in our YouTube room. So you're wanting to short NVIDIA. So this is for those who don't know, if you want to short NVIDIA, but you don't want to short the actual stock, you can buy this one, NVDS. This is an ETF specifically designed for NVIDIA. So instead of shorting, and it's a 1.25, so it's about the same. So my guess is that NVIDIA will be down about 6%. Okay, 5%. Yeah, 1.25 times that will give you that percentage. So if you're looking to short it, but you don't want to short NVIDIA, the stock itself, you can buy NVDS. And you'll get slightly bigger bang for your buck, 1.25. You see that's 6.8%, and NVIDIA was down, what, 5%? Seems like a little more. And the flip of that, if you think NVIDIA is going to, eventually maybe come back, well, eventually, I mean, NVDL, okay? In other words, if you think NVIDIA is going to bounce off the bottoms here, or you can buy NVDL. This is the long ETF. The other one, is the short ETF, but you can buy it. So hopefully all that makes sense. Good for people who can't short, I guess. All right, good one, Todd. In fact, great one, Todd. Nice bounce play for you at 685, getting up to 773. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but worked. Oh, it hit it. It's way above it. I think it probably. I don't even think you could have sold it to 720. I think it probably is. It probably went right through it, right? Okay. All right. Let me see some of these other stocks here. How was it? NFE. What does NFE do? Okay. Look at TTNP, guys. This was very active in the pre-market, and it's not doing too much. Well, it hasn't done much at all, other than drop a bit. Well, not a bit. Wow. All right. So that was super active in the pre-market. Got up to $10, down to 6. Doesn't it is shortable for me, but too late now. But just looking to see why. I don't think I could find a reason for this being up in the first place. Now, MLGO may not be completely over. I'm going to, believe it or not, put a price alert around 7.99, which is the high of the day. Takes that out. I mean, it could keep going. My What I would love to see happen. Now, if you're in it right now, of course, I want, go as high as possible, but I'd love to see it maybe settle down a bit. And then later on in the day, in the afternoon, takes that high out and has another run, because I think traders will be looking at this week when it got up to 15. Now, it may power right through earlier, but that would be my desire, is that in the afternoon, say 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern time, it starts to get the volume coming back and maybe takes out the high of the day. Okay, now I did not trade GME at all today, but let's take a look at it now. I think it's coming into. Okay, where's the candle? Oh, I'm surprised. I thought maybe oh, there it is. Last winter was GME. Okay, there's the candle. There's the daily candle. So you got a couple. You got Friday and Thursday around that little over 25. So that is, that could be the stalling area. Or if it takes it out, it could, then the next high is almost, well, 29.31. Whoa, look at MLGO. It looks like it's going to pop right through through 20. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am, oh, how about, all right, maybe keep an eye on IDEX, another, if you're into these really super cheap ones. However, yeah, maybe not. Looking left on the IDEX, it's just showing up now for me because it broke over $1. But yeah, look left, and to me, there's just all sorts of potential resistance. Well, our all-time high now, guys, for the RXO. Okay, now look at OKLO. Okay, so probably a sympathy play with the NNE. I don't know that for sure, but I mean OKLO. Now the VWAP is 947, so you can see it's right in the VWAP area. There's the 10 SMA. Okay, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So will that hold it and maybe bounce from there? So if you're into bounce plays, pullback plays, this might be interesting, assuming you can hold the VWAP 947, and the 10 SMA is around the same, 945. So that rising 10 SMA and the VWAP are in essence the same number. There are a lot of shares available to short Interactive Brokers for this one, almost 3 million shares for RXO. Not that I want to short it, but this is the reason after landing Coyote Logistics. This is, I guess, something from UPS, and they're saying UPS was higher. Yeah, UPS. I know, Todd, that you are out. I know you are completely out of LRE. And if you aren't, I'm going to have to give you a talking to. But I know you're out of it. You got to be. All right. So this is the company that Wolfpack dumped all over. Okay. This is Max showing up now in my combo scan on the way down. And lots of shares available, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. I can't remember what was the last thing that Wolfpack did. Anybody remember? Or rely? Like, what I know the name. I just can't remember the last one. And I think they did pretty well. Again, these are short sellers. They come up with scathing reports. Just watching this right now underneath 14. Okay. Sorry, underneath 15. This is the title. Our investigation reveals Max is participating in consumer fraud. All right. Now, they're going to come out and say, this company is going to say, hey, wait a minute. Maybe not today, but at some point they're going to try to come out and defend themselves. Was Wolfpack the one that knocked down that other? I can't remember anymore. I don't have it thumbnailed anymore. I had it thumbnailed for so long. Knocked it down from about 90 to 30, but is recovered quite a bit. Starts with an L. Was it GL? Yeah, it might have been these guys. Might have been, yeah, GL. I mean, this is the one. You're absolutely right. Knocked it down to $40 there on that week. I don't know if it was Wolfpack though. Would I buy Matt, that's don't be sorry, but what do you mean what I buy in what situation are you talking about this max? No, I probably, I'd wait to see if it really starts giving up 15. Are you talking about max? No, I mean, this is why I'm trying to find out if this is the short seller that knocked down GL, and they did a heck of a job. Now it's recovered. GL has recovered, but if they have enough of a following that remembers GL being knocked down from 90 to 30. But this is definitely having a bounce. Let's see if it breaks down below 15 again. Stick an alert there. Oh, Fuzzy Panda, you're absolutely right, HE. You're absolutely right. It was not. How could I forget? It was not Wolfpack. So I don't know. I don't know Wolfpack. I mean, I know them in terms of I know the name and all that, but I don't know what their how successful they've been in the last few ones that they've slammed. Meanwhile, guys, broken record time, NNE making new highs. You know what? And I got wrapped up in this max, unfortunately. Look at the OKLO now. So that VWAP held. Again, this is the same sector as NNE. And they did it. Is that an IPO? Yeah, they did an IPO also back here. And who knows? Maybe this is just getting rolling. We just don't know for sure, because it certainly hasn't been running with NNE the last few weeks, like any NNE. But maybe traders are looking for, well, what could be another OKLO? I have no idea if it has the same. I mean, NNE seems to have some like a pretty good team, and I don't know. I can't comment on OXLO, and well, wait a minute, they've been around since 2013. So maybe they started. I don't know. Maybe Casa Draw. You can help because they're trading as OKLO here, but it says they've been around since 2000. Maybe they were private and then they went public here. It was excuse me. Thank you, Rob and Casa. So it was a SPAC merger. Okay. So they were a private company. So they've been around for a while, 2013, over 10 years. And then they went public via the SPAC. Whereas NNE was a more or less was an IPO, not a SPAC. All right, guys. Max is starting to give it up again. See if I can find any news on this OKLO. All right, so Citi is maintaining coverage with a neutral and a target of 11. So that's okay, but nothing. Is the Wolfpack the kid? You remember some other company decided to issue a short report on a oh man, my memory is failing me. The GL, of course, in this sector, I think it starts with a P. Prudential, maybe PRU. Was it PRU? Yeah, I think it was Prudential. So is OKLO not nuclear also? Fission power plants? I mean, I don't know enough about that. I mean, I think of fission being nuclear. I think it was PRU. The reason being is that if you look at PRU and look at well, no, back here, I think maybe it wasn't. It was another life insurance company though, for sure. Prudential is, but I don't want to say it was. Remember, it got knocked down to about 70 something. Might be this one, might be Prudential. Anyway, all right, here's another one, guys. Halted on the way up. Now, this has been awfully choppy to start. This is SISI. Been very choppy to start. Give me a moment. Guys, OKLO, if it takes out 10, the next high is 1068. I mean, what did it get up to? Got up to 990. Boy, I just have the feeling that, traders are looking at this and thinking this is like a mini right now, a mini NNE, mini meaning the share price. This this weekly candle here for NNE, this might get dwarfed this week. I mean, look at that. I mean, he thought this is big. This could even be bigger. Been really no sell-off. We had 1 week in which, it sort of rested. This is back in early June. And then we've got these 3 weeks. Well, this is the first day. All right, guy. Wow, 11:33 already. This has been an incredibly fast morning for me. Haven't really looked at anything else in terms of the large cap gainers or the losers. Really had no time. How's the T Doc doing? Let's take a look at T. Wow, look at T Doc. All right, guys. I am just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing anything. Well, the GovX is making a bit of a move, GOVX. Making a bit of a move, GOVX. Coming off the bottoms here. It's that 10 SMA is trying to hold it. My guess is the VWAP 277. That 10 SMA and the VWAP, they're very, very close many times. Take a look at Fly E. Oh, wow. The problem we had with this one back here was the spread. I think it was about a 30-cent spread, but at this point it didn't matter. Now the spread is good, only a nickel for Fly E. Wow. All-time high. Well, this OKLO is just hanging underneath 10 now. I mean, not trading very much. Yeah, look at the trading. It's not trading very much now. I mean, it's traded 1.6 million. That's good. But it's got a 69 million in the float. So it's a pretty big float. And NE has a lot, look at that float. That's why it can move 36%, 15.6 million in the float. So, man, NXL does have some room. Okay. I mean, look at the high looking left. That was Friday's high, got up to 274. Breaks out of here. And actually, post market, it actually got up to 290. That's Friday afternoon, after the well, Friday after hours. So it, breaks out of here. It could go on a bit of a run. Still has some room on a percentage basis. So I'll stick an alert around 245. And what's the VWAP? No, the VWAP. So it's certainly held the VWAP. Man, SLNH mentioned this one probably around here. Kept moving higher and higher. Next high looking left. Remember, it had room. 655. Yeah, it had all sorts of room when it took out Friday's highs, 578. Probably where I saw it. Another, guess what? Low float. William, you may get rewarded. I can't remember NNE now. So finally, another pullback. Next time I will. Hold the piece. All right, guys. Again, I'm not saying too much. Yeah, 20 minutes. I'll be taking my break. Usually, Chris shows up a little bit earlier than noon. So I am just going to probably do nothing until then. Well, till then I'll have my break and then come back. And maybe in the afternoon, some of these ones that were flying, like, believe it or not, the MLGO, see what it's doing. MLGO now is just kind of basing, well, not, I wouldn't call it basing, but it's in this area. And if it ever popped through that high of the day, well, the next high is 958. So the high today was a little under 8, and 958 is the next high. So if it does that later on, it could go on another run, as long as the volume comes in. Now, it may happen sooner, or of course, it may not happen at all, but that's why I have a price alert. All right, Todd, did I see that did you take this Rev B? I see it got down to 273. Did you take it? Not yet. Okay. So it didn't hit the 275. Okay, when you're looking at it. Okay, got down to 272. So you're waiting for another 275. There's a 10 SMA. I mean, I know maybe you don't care. Well, the SLNH do. Yeah, so the VWAP for SLNH is just under 6. So let's see if that holds it. Boy, NNE is not dead. Look at that. Just super strong still. The sellers, short sellers like William and his ilk tried to knock it down. Yeah, I'd be inclined to take this NXL right now, but I'm going to be on my break. The best float for a fast moving stock. Well, I don't know if there's a best one, but I mean, a question in our YouTube room from Alicia. I don't know if there's a best one, but I mean, the ones that are really, if you're talking about stocks that are moving the most in terms of percentages and all that, I mean, they're typically now, I would say 5 million and under. I mean, I still think that 20 million is a low float, but we're just seeing so many, here's 6 million, so maybe 10 million and under. So are you trying to build a scan? Is that the reason for the question? Because, it doesn't require like a super low float for a stock to be moving, of course. But if you're looking for the ones with the biggest bangs in terms of a percentage move, yeah, I mean, typically, I would say now, 10 million and under. Rename your dog Ilk. Here, Ilk. So again, there's no real answer to that, Alicia. I mean, the thing is that the stocks that are moving the most will always have, a fairly low float. There's a 6 million in this float. I mean, it's up 65%. ICU, up 18%. It's only up 18%, 2.9 million in the float. Oh boy, NXL, nice one. I didn't take it. Again, I had, if I'd not been going on my break, I probably would have taken this. I had my alert set right here at that 250 break. Now, if you took it, 272. So, I mean, it might, if look, if it blasts through that last week's high, it's right there. Then your next high is 289. If you get through that, then the next high is 340. That would be your fantasy level. Okay, then we'll call you Ilk, William. William the Ilk, as opposed to William the Conqueror. Ah, shot. Still doing, trying to do their thing. Well, okay. So Shot had some news this morning. Professional boxer and social media sensation Ryan Garcia joins Safety Shot as a brand ambassador. Well, you kids out there, is he a big deal? I don't know. I've never heard of him. Ryan Garcia. Joins the company's tribe of creators, athletes, and music artists to bring the revolutionary beverage to the masses. Again, if you're unfamiliar with this company, they came out, I think, before last Christmas. I want to say around November, claiming that, hey, all you take a shot of us, and if you got a hangover, it's the cure. Now, Sir Pepe in our room said that was a bunch of nonsense. It didn't work, but I don't know anybody else who's tried it. I was going to try it, but when I tried to get it on Amazon, it was all sold out. This is a long time ago, of course. Guys, MLGO, I mean, if it takes out, it might do it early. I mean, if it takes out this 8 level, maybe, exactly. Maybe it's the degree of the hangover. All right, guys. So Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my announcement in. Get prepared for my break. Well, well, guys, there you go. Too bad. Well, too bad. I mean, if you're in it, fantastic. Look at MLGO now. This is what I wanted to do later on in the day, but wow. And look how quick that was. So, through that 8 break. I'm talking about the MLGO. Ah, NXL got up to 294. Wow. Just lots and lots of stuff happening, guys. And, if you have trade ideas, you'll see all this. Every day there's something. Today we've got a lot of different ones. But every day you can always almost guarantee you'll see 2 or 3 or 4 of these crazy movers. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. All right. You can sort of see that OKLO is struggled to get through 10, starting to drop somewhat now. But again, guys, if you're new to all this, it doesn't have to be these ones. Okay, these are calmer to trade. Okay, these large cap gainers, they're a lot calmer to trade. You don't see the big, huge percentage moves, but that could be a good thing. Yeah, no shorts available for me anyway right now at Interactive Brokers for NXL. Not sure if there were earlier, but none now. All right, now MLGO dropping down a little bit below 8 now. But check the volume out, guys. I mean, the volume is still really good. And in fact, it's increased. Look at that volume bar right there. See how it's, the volume was drifting down. Now the volume is coming back. There is some more enthusiasm for this. Now, maybe OKLO is getting into a VWAP area. Yeah, 951. Okay, so it is coming into the VWAP again, 951, and also that 10 SMA. So maybe that'll hold it. Again, I'm only looking at this because of the NNE. It's the only reason. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Chris. Usually he's around by now, but maybe he's tied up. Yeah, well, there's Lycy right there, LICY, right there. Another, yeah, pretty low float, 18 million. This has been very active over the last few days. 282, the bottom here. That was on June the 10th. This is unusual. Chris must be tied up doing something. He's usually here around 5-2. There he is. Okay.
Here I am.
Guys, Chris just showed up late in our YouTube room. Okay. So, before I go, I better put the YouTube link in. Just give me a moment, Chris.
Of course, of course.
So Chris is there now. Here is the YouTube link, guys. We're in our main room. Okay. Here is the YouTube link. So I'll put myself on mute now, and I'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. And now I can officially welcome Mr. Christopher Varley, into our YouTube room. Those of you who don't know, Chris does work at Trade Ideas. He'll take over for me for an hour. How are you this morning? I ask every day or every week, once a week. One day you're going to say, Barry, the most unbelievable thing happened to me. I traded this stock and it went up 10,000%.
I'm dreaming of that day, Barry. I'm dreaming of that day. Although that might be the last day we talk.
Exactly.
At least in this form.
Yeah, right. That would be funny. Well, unless it was half a cent or
Right.
0.0001%. It went up 10,000%.
Well, in that case, I hope I have 10 million shares.
Exactly.
No, as usual, very busy around here.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of janitorial work.
Okay. Well, get those toilets cleaned. Okay.
I will.
You know, it can always. It's like Ray Kroc at McDonald's when he started doing his tours way back in the 50s. And he said, the best way to get people to come back to our restaurant is to have clean toilets. And he wasn't kidding. You know, how many times have you gone into a place and you go to the bathroom, washroom, and it's disgusting? You probably will never go back.
I wouldn't. That's for sure.
So, I mean, I know I'm kind of kidding, but that was one of his mantras. So he'd go around and check out the toilet situation and chastise the staff if it wasn't clean.
And I'm on board with that. That's for sure, given my background.
Okay. Yes, as a restaurateur.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Anyway, my friend, I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Enjoy your break, Barry.
Bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry makes his way to his break. I settle on in here, and Barry was saying that I was late. Usually, I try to get in here about 5 minutes too. Some things delaying me getting a little bit earlier than I like to, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Outside of that, here we go. A new week, first week of summer. I know people always try to buy into the old adage, sell in May, go away, blah, blah, blah. Are the markets overall going to see some less volume? Excuse me. Perhaps, but with the software like this, we're always finding where the action is. We're always finding things that are moving. We're never short of idea generation from the long end or short side of things here. So with all that said, please, folks, it's an open forum as per usual. Get your questions in here. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Often the questions you have are similar or exactly the same as questions other folks have, and it contributes to that community vibe that we want to have here, making sure people are getting the most out of their software. At the end of the day, we're all trying to do the same thing here. We're trying to leverage a software for better financial futures for ourselves, our children, partners, family, whatever, So I think it's, imperative that folks ask those questions that they have. And as I always say, selfishly, it makes me a little better at the job that I'm doing around here myself in assisting you all. So with that said, it is open. If nobody has any questions, I'll do my best to keep things educational, informative, and relevant and relative to both the market and the software itself. So I'm just going to pause for a moment, see if anything comes in. If not, I guess we can take a dive around, look at some of my or some of the more active stocks that were coming from my relative strength from the open scan here. This is more of the when I was day trading. This was more of my go-to scan for my day trading. I currently have just since sometime in January, I've gone exclusively to swing trading again. So MLGO, I believe this did the crazy a few times here. Yeah. So we look back here, we can see it's done some pretty insane stuff in the past. I'd have to imagine probably a reverse split or two in there. Maybe not. Maybe not. All the same, this thing has done some crazy stuff. There it is today, trading 72.3 million shares, good for 29.63 relative volume. So this thing is going nutty. It's one of those stocks that you do not enter this trade and walk away from your desk. That would be a really bad idea and could lead to some really tragic moments for you, though. So, but there it is. For those that are ever looking and trying to still figure out and understand a trading plan for themselves, throw out some moving averages on some charts and look at things that have been moving in different time frames and see how those may or may not speak to you in a better, for lack of a better term. Mentioning this because I look at MLGO and we can see on this 5-minute chart, the 8 EMA here, that this has really held some heavy momentum. An 8 EMA on any chart, especially 5-minute chart, means a lot of momentum here. So we've got that big gap up. And then as price catches up to that EMA here, we get a big boost off of it. And then it kind of just cradles it for another boost here. Will that happen again? Time will tell. Obviously, no way to predict it. But this might be something, you may want something a little slower paced. So maybe you want a 10 SMA, or you want a 13 EMA, or a 20 SMA. You may not like the 5-minute time frame. You may decide a 10-minute time frame is right for you. You may decide a 15-minute. You may decide a 3-minute time frame is right for you. But this is part of building a trading plan, which is every bit as important as the idea generation of the software. You could have great alerts come through all your scans, but if you have no plan on how to manage those alerts, they mean absolutely nothing. And the only one that can give you a trading plan is yourself. You could do that with, help and communications and education, going through these Q&A sessions, spending time in the room with Barry, emails back and forth to us in support and things like that, bouncing and talking about different ideas like that. I'm sure there's plenty of other content out there to search throughout the web for these kinds of things, trade plan, risk management, so on and so forth. But without those things, you're gambling in the market when you don't have a trade plan and risk management. You're gambling. You're not trading. I do most of my homework after market. In a perfect world, I'd be doing it at 4:15 Eastern in the afternoon, but my life schedule doesn't allow for that. So it's either, very late in the evening or very early in the pre-market, but none of my scans are set for pre-market or after hours. Once the market's closed, they're locked till the next market at regular hours open. And so I do my, I do my work in those times. Happy to go over a couple of my go-to scans in a moment here, if you like. Just bear with me. And I go over those scans, what they're searching for, kind of what my thoughts behind what I want to see out of them is. Because with any scan type, you're going to have stocks that come through it that you're like, yeah, that's one that I want to see. That fits in line with what I'm trying to do. And you're going to have stocks that are absolutely not. That doesn't work, even though it's in the scan that I created. It's a give and take with scans, right? The tighter and more filters you put into it, the less you'll see. But, you also risk missing things you might have wanted to see. And then, the looser and less on the filters that you use, the more things come through that you're not going to want to see. And that's that give and take of what I do and do not want to see and do not want to miss type of thing. So we'll go over that in just a moment here. I'm just going to shoot through a few more of these day ones. I'm feeling nostalgic when I see something like MLGO here. This was a setup I would have liked, I think. The only thing that would have made me real hesitant here are these big topping shadows. But outside of that, this is the kind of setup that I really like here on my day trading. So, but I just don't have the bandwidth and attention to give stocks like this, what they need, the focus they need for trading those. So, NNE, what did you do? So, all right, that's another good size gap up on the percent basis here. And another one here, following that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart till it started breaking down, right? So is that a trading plan in itself? No, that's not, I just follow the 8 EMA. That's not, that's not, maybe people do that and they have some success with it. There needs to be a little bit more to a trading plan. How you're share sizing, why you're share sizing, what would get you into the stock, what would get you out of the stock specifically. And you could evolve it around something like that 8 EMA, for example. But there's NNE looking pretty healthy here. And again, I just like to note something like this. These topping shadows, all of a sudden we get the reversal after those. Does that mean it's going to happen when you have those topping shadows? No, it doesn't mean it will happen, but it's, throwing caution to the wind. NXL, something similar here on all this. A lot of liquidity. About to hit 18 million shares traded, over 82 on that relative volume. So this thing is kicking big time. We can see it's coming out of, let's see, that's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Monday, last Friday. So, a week ago, this Friday was already starting to get itself into motion. The volume had picked up. And while the volume today is unlikely to take out the volume from Friday, it's still going to be bigger than anything else that we saw since it started making a move here. Definitely an interesting one to watch. Again, that big topping shadow. You got to watch those kinds of things. Go through one or two more of these, I think, and then maybe we'll move on. And unless anybody objects, I'll move on into some of the swing trading stuff that I do scanning wise. GTHX is a great example of why I like doing change from the open. We got a stock that gapped way down and has made a beautiful recovery. Beautiful recovery, right? Not crazy about the price. I don't like the small price stocks here. Unlikely to trade something like that, to be honest, because of the price. Not saying I wouldn't, just saying unlikely. All the same, a great reason why watching things from the open can be a very viable plan than just watching things from the close. So GTHX there. And again, a lot of liquidity. Good volume kicking on that as well. And all right, let's do one more, BZFD. And we could always come back to the rest of this list if we, no questions are coming in and we need to fill some time here. So BZFD, BuzzFeed. I think that's like something with the news, right? Let's bring up the profile. Digital media engages, distribution, data, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so I guess digital news or something like that. Another one gaps up here on that too. And this is an example of not quite the same on the EMA. You get, this big move up and a pull back to it, and it smashes into it here, bounces off, and while you get a little boost here as it hits this here, collapses right afterwards. Starting to recapture it now. Definitely has liquidity and volume involved in it. Not as much as the other ones that we looked at, as 1.74 in that relative volume, 1.8 million on the shares traded, but certainly noteworthy and to be determined what happens for the rest of the day. But what I want to note is just simply following the 8 EMA doesn't always work out, right? That's why more to it, more trading plan to it, so on and so forth. So with that said, and the swing trading homework after hours question that came in, this is a scan I call my evening scan 1. And in this scan, it only scans during market hours. And, the big thing for me is towards the end of the market, I will, if, when we're in a bull trend like we are in right now for this overall market, we're straight up in a bull market right now. And anybody that tells you anything differently, you should always listen to all sides of all arguments, obviously, right? Because that's how we gain perspective, is not being pigeonholed and confirmation bias and all those things like that. And so if anybody's making a bear case, they have some knowledge, some success in this realm, it certainly should be listening to it. Doesn't mean we're subscribing to it or buying it, right? But, listen without any question. But anybody making a bear case right now is dead wrong. It would be impossible for them to be more wrong, right? I mean, this is a very, very clear bull market. And this bull market started, back here, first quarter-ish, end of the first quarter of 2023, right? So it's real easy peasy to see. This rate here was one of the best first half starts to the NASDAQ of all time, if not the best. I know we're looking at the SPY, but they trade very similar, so I think we're good putting that in here. And then, we sold off the second half of last year before bottoming out. I believe it was last trading day of October, maybe, of 2023. And we went on an absolute another tear. We had a pullback, not much of a pullback, move higher into new all-time highs, a consolidation, another move into new all-time highs. Now, look, I said all that. And of course, could we collapse tomorrow? Sure. Why not? Today could be the start of a collapse later today. I mean, we're up today. We're up, 0.21% on the SPY right now. It's choppy as heck, but I think that's, generally the market anyways has a lot of chop to it. And for all I know, in an hour from now, we're collapsing. London Bridge is falling down, whatever you want to call it, right? But we're not right now. We're in a bull market. And so when we're in a bull market like this, I will look at this scan in the last hour of the day and see if there's any charts in here that I really like, and if I have capital that I want to allocate to maybe ride that trend into the next day. It's taking some shares going into the close. When I do something like that, I'm going to usually take like a half a position, maybe 2/3 of a position instead of a full position, to ride it into the next morning, just in case we have some overnight news that's going to hurt me real bad. I don't want to be locked into something. Now, mind you, while I'm taking a swing position, my stops are usually pretty deep. So if I'm taking a swing position in something, the likelihood of me getting stopped out just overnight isn't very high. Is it possible? Of course, anything's possible. But I still want to take that smaller position size because I may get a chance to add to that position at a better price coming into the next day for a swing position like that. Outside of that, generally, I'm looking at this in the after hours, early market, whatever it is. And I'm looking for stocks that are doing, well, let's see if we can find anything right now that looks like what I like. So, no. Not really. A little bit more. All right. So I'm trying to find stuff that's got kind of this like smiley face. Can I break out? Look here. Behind the scenes in the scan, this is what it's doing. I'm looking at stocks that are $11 plus. They are 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So they're possibly breaking out over 20 days. They've traded at least 750,000 shares on a day, which is also good for relative volume of one. So I want to know that they're kicking at this level of 750,000 shares a day for about the last 30 days, that they're not just having their day and that's it, for volume. And then they got to be 75% above the low of today's range. So it means they're closing or have closed strong on the day today as well. And so that's the kind of setup that I'm looking for in here. Trend following, momentum. Like anybody else, we want to catch the trend the earliest that we can. We want to ditch the trend as it breaks as early as we can. That's, where the most successful traders, I'll tell you, I just follow trends. There's no genius to it. I follow trends. Diamond Energy. That's what we're doing. That's something similar here again. We've got this kind of breakout look in here. I would also note, just as a chart reader, we got a bottom. Or we got a bottom, we got a higher low, we got a higher low, we've got a high, or we could even go, we got a high, we got a higher high, we got a higher high, got yet another higher high. This is a very nice trend that started here on this. We can see above this level, we've got room up here. So I'm guessing that's 17 plus. Yep. And we're at 15 and change. So we got room to move up on this here. So this is the kind of stuff that I'm looking for with my swing trading. Just as an example, I'd probably stick a stop down here. If I were to get into this, I'd probably give this a lot of room. I'd start with a fairly small share size for me. What small means for me is different for you. So just keep in mind, if you don't know what a small share size means for you, you need to figure that out. That's part of a trading plan, right? Just like you need to figure out what's your regular size, what's a large size for you. And generally speaking, stay away from the large sizes. I'd probably stick a stop down here around this multi-period 20 low, something like that. If I was being more conservative and I was concerned more with the market, or in this case, concerned with energy specifically, because this is energy stock and energy has had a lot of false breakouts recently. Maybe if I'm being more conservative, I'd put it right at that 14 number. That's $1.50 plus stop on that right there. So just trying to give you a full inside look into some thoughts behind a scan like this. All right. See if we can't find. Okay, so one other thing I want to note that I do with scans like this. All right. I take a look at all the stocks in here. I try to see, is there a common theme going on in here? So, all right, we just had Diamond Energy, right? Here's Kinder Morgan. That's some more energy, right? This, I believe, is, no, this is going to be filmmaking. Yeah, I always confuse this one with something else that has almost the same one. Who else is energy? TALO is energy. Yep. So there's more energy. Yep, more energy. So we see a theme here going on, right? Got a bunch of energy going on in this. There's REITs. T is AT&T, communications. Also, for what it's worth, communications has been one of the hottest sectors for a very long time now. RF, who are you? Commercial banking, so not in that energy crowd, but we've had a number of energy ones already. Other financial vehicles. Just trying to see if we can find any more energy. CHX. Not familiar with this one. And my single stock window is taking its sweet time to load. Machine manufacturing. Wonder what kind of machines they're manufacturing. Pipelines, so more energy, right? All right, so I think we got to clear. Here's the XFL breaking back out on that 20-day, looking strong today. What I mean by the false breakouts with energy is, let me bring up sorry, I know I'm dovetailing all over the place now, but we had this huge bull run in energy, sold off, couldn't recover, marched all the way back up here, and we're kind of stuck here, right, for energy right now. And for those that don't know, XLF, I'm sorry, this is financials. Pardon me. XLE. That's what I want. Similar. All right, so we had this huge bull run in energy. We sold off. We came up, rejected. Came up, rejected. Came up, rejected, right? So energy's had a hard time getting through this level now. And that's why I just throw caution to the wind with energy. But when you see this happening here with that many energy stocks, I'd be paying attention. There's Occidental. There's more energy with Occidental. All right. So I'd be paying attention here with that. Also be paying attention to the financial sector, because we just said we saw a few financials in there. Here's Allies, another financial. USB is another financial, right? So we see two things going on in here right now. Baker Hughes is more energy. So we see a lot of energy and a lot of financials coming through this right now. And we know how much money banks have into energy. So Well, I could share this scan right with you right there, Toro. Give me 1 second. I'll share the scan. I'll share a couple of scans right now, and then we'll go into another scan as well. So my scan. Share. Copy. Paste. There's one. So I think we covered that scan pretty well here. And you could do that, what I just did with any scan, regarding looking at what's coming up and how this may relate to sectors, right? So that's one scan for you. There's a second scan coming in that I'm sharing that I'm going to go over in a second. And then this is a third scan I'll go over as well. And anybody with any questions, please do not hesitate to ask and interrupt for those questions, even if it's completely off topic towards another thing here, right? This is supposed to be your folks' Q&A session. As I always say, I like it when you guys drive the content much, much more than me just talking at you. But if nothing's coming in, you know, I got to fill the time with something, right? And I want to keep it, you know, informative and educational for you folks here. So, you know, you're spending your time with me and I want to make sure it's worth it, even if you don't have anything specific you want to go over yourself. So this scan I call MPL 20, multi-period low. 20 is what that stands for. That's the second scan that I shared in there. Let's go over what the scan is doing first. We are looking at stocks that are $10 or more. They are off the low of a 20-day range. They have to be above their 20-day range low, even if it's just 1%. But they are 90% above their 9-month range low, right? So we're looking at stocks that have likely been in an uptrend. Of course, a stock that has just had like 2 days where it just ripped, they could appear here too. That isn't what we're looking for, but that goes back to where I said you're going to find things you're not necessarily going to want on a scan as well. Generally speaking, relative volume's got to be kicking at 1 with 1 million shares traded per day, or 1 million shares traded on the day, but a relative volume of 1. So we know that we're kicking with decent volume for the last little while here anyways. And then that piggybacks on this indicator you see that I've got here. It's a multi-period indicator. This is the multi-period low. So if I go into indicators here, we scroll down, we're going to find multi-period low. 20 is the period, 20 days. I'm on weeks. Let me switch back to days in 1 second here. And that's what we're looking for with that. I'm going to hit some more details in just a moment. And what I'm trying to find is stocks that look like this right here. So what I've done is I've sorted this so that we're seeing the stocks that are closest to that 20 period moving indicator right here, because it's not a moving average. All right. And I'm trying to find stocks that are in a nice uptrend, but have maybe pulled back towards this right here and looking for them to find a place to settle in and move back up again, right? So this is a very, very nice looking chart, actually, Levi, here. A very nice looking chart. Broken out over that level. We pull back into it. We can catch a bid here. You know, this might be something that that could look good. Does have earnings coming up on Wednesday, so I'd be staying away from it till it gets through earnings personally, but different people like to trade those differently. KDP. Here's another nice example. So this thing has this low back here, moved up, pulled way back, but couldn't capture that low again. It's found itself moved up, consolidation. This has taken steps up. Price has now caught it. So this might be something to look at. And again, we talk about trying to formulate trading plans. You know, this indicator could be a stop. It could be used as a stop, right? As part of a trading plan here, right? You may also use it and say X% above it is too extended. X% below it or close to it, that's an entry for me. A lot of things that you could do and use for this here. So just trying to, again, provide another step forward from not just the scanning side of the software, but how the scanning side of the software can lead you to those intangibles of a trading plan. All right. Other noteworthy things for this chart here that I'd be looking at, just again to put you in a trader mindset. We've got this level here. Excuse the not so great drawn line, but I think you get the point here. We get up and above that here, then we're looking at this 36 level, right? We could scroll out a bit more, see what that looks like going back in time here. All right, so we can see, it's got this downtrend that maybe is now over, right? And we might have some room, realistically, we could have some room to 40 on this one here. It's not unrealistic. We get this, I'd even be looking, maybe get this 35 level, right? We might be able to do that. Will we? I have no idea, right? But this is the if-then scenarios I start to play out in my head here for all this. Oh, and for those of you like Dr. Pepper, that's what this is. I had no idea until I just saw that up here. Keurig, Dr. Pepper, interestingly enough. It means that, so relative volume is a ratio. So 1 is normal, 2 is 2 times, 3 is 3 times, 4 is 4 times, so on and so forth. 0.5 would be half. So the way relative volume works is this. It's a reactive filter. So right now, for example, on this stock here, it's doing 1.22. So at the current rate to this moment in time, it is set to do this much more volume than it has been doing on a 30-day period, because our relative volume looks back 30 days. If the volume continues to slow down on this number will drop. If the volume were to pick back up, this number will pick back up. And if it stays right where it is, we'll see this. When the market first opens, every single stock is going to have like a 9,000 relative volume or something like that. And as the first moments, not even minutes go by, you'll see the relative volume start to tank on a lot of them. Some will tank more than others, and some will still stay up when you've got your flavors of the day, like an MLGO. This was probably kicking, early on something at like, 10,000 relative volume, something crazy like that. 28 relative or 29 relative volume. I mean, that is a serious relative volume. I mean, there's times I have seen stuff that's got, 500 relative volume or something like that. But generally you'll find that with stocks that never trade, like literally never trade. They're trading like 5, 10, 30, 100, 1,000 shares a day or something like that. You never seen them over, 300,000 or 400,000 shares a day. You got MLGO that had this big day back here and had some, while not as big as today, but some pretty good sized days here as relative to back this way as well. So that's how the relative volume filter works. Relative volume does not work in the pre-market. There is a substitute for that, but I won't get off on that tangent for now. I want to stick to this so I don't fly off too far anywhere. So anyways, KDP, this is an example of what I'd be looking for out of the scan. WELL. Yeah. Yeah. I like this. It's actually, I like it more the more I look at it. All right. What I wasn't crazy about at first is I didn't know if it had a lot of movement, but with this higher price stock like this, there's a good enough movement. Because the other thing that I want to look at stocks is that, like, if the stock was in an uptrend from here to here, but it was trading it, just as an example, it was $1 here and it's $1.25 here, but it's in this uptrend. If it moved 25 cents in 6, 7, 8 months, I'm not interested in that stock. I need the stocks to move, right? I've got money locked up into it. I don't want to be just sitting there like, oh, geez, I made a whole penny this week, on my position. I also don't want to see stocks that have crazy movements either, where it was at $1 here and it's at $300 here, because that leaves me for the potential to come way back down here like that as well. So, that fine line in between, and everybody's line on that's going to be different, of course. So, a very nice uptrend on it here. We can see it likes to make moves, pull back and consolidate, make a move, pull back and consolidate, make a move, possible pullback and consolidate into that indicator right there. And what it does from there, your guess as good as everybody else's, but it does look like a decent setup here. Sets a very nice risk reward. $100 is a very big mental level for traders and stocks. This indicator happens to be right around that $100 level. So, that might be something that someone considers in that regard. Netflix. Another one here. Again, got a very nice uptrend here, a pullback into this and a recovery into that. I'd like to see maybe a little closer to this before I entered because it's pretty far away down here at that point. But I think, I've kind of got the general theme of this for you highlighted. Hopefully it makes sense. If there's questions, let me know. For now, though, I'm going to move this scanner back off this page, and I'm going to load the third and final swing trade scan that I look at for you all here. Did I load it already? No, I guess I didn't load it. Sorry, let me load that now. I shared the link, but I guess I forgot to load it. All right, so I call this a position lifetime range. And what we are doing here is the following. We are looking at stocks that are $8 and above. Again, traded 1 million shares with a relative volume of 1. And they have to be 85% above their lifetime lows. So we're trying to find stuff that is breaking out to possible new all-time highs here, essentially, with some volume. This is also a very good market pulse indicator as far as I'm concerned. Those of you that have been involved in finance or trading, depending on what financial news stations you watch, if you watch any, I am not an advocate of any financial news whatsoever. I'm an advocate of price, volume, and charts. Everything else is entertainment as far as I'm concerned, but to each their own, what they decide to them is important and relative to their trading. You may have heard some narrative about 6 stocks or 7 stocks or 3 stocks are driving the market. And while, yes, there's a group of stocks that are the most cap weighted and are, the biggest participants in the market, it's an absolute lie that 6 stocks are going up or 7 stocks are going up. Anybody that tells you that they're either bad at math, they're not a good trader, or they have some other hidden agenda that they're trying to sell you on that is to their benefit and not to your benefit. And there's no greater highlight to that than this. IBDZ. This is not a good example. NNE though. All right. Here we go with the stock moving up into lifetime highs, right? Is that one of the 7 stocks driving this? No. All right. RXO. Is this one of the 7 stocks driving the market? No. Colgate Palm Oil. Pretty big company. Everybody I'm talking to right now has something this company makes in their house. All right. Is this one of the 7 stocks you hear talked about that's going up? No, but there it is, making new all-time highs again today. USFR, garbage chart. Eli Lilly. I'm sure this is a familiar one for everybody. Is this one of the 7 stocks that you hear talked about driving the market? I'm sure it's not. There it is, making right at a new all-time high right now, right? So I think we get the point here. Google is one of the ones that probably is talked about. Here it is. There's Google. Let's see what we can find else we can find on here, right? There's Amazon. All right. Right up in there. Here's your XLF. This represents the financial sector in general. The fact that we have the financial sector moving up and towards, it's 96.9% above its all-time lows, now 97. So the fact that it's within 3% of its all-time highs right now, I don't think you hear anybody telling you how strong the financial sector is, right? In fact, you probably hear quite contrary to the belief. And yet, are you going to believe price and volume on a chart, or are you going to believe some random person in a suit, tie, or dress on TV? I'm going to believe the price on the chart. That's who I'm going to believe. But again, to each their own. So that's one way that I'm using the scan. Let's get a pulse of the real market here. What's really happening in the market? Not what are people telling me what's happening in the market. All right. With that said, I'm trying to find nice charts out of this, right? There's no real chart pattern I'm looking at on this, but I'm trying to find stuff that, this is going to be extended. It's a newer issue. I'm not, not trying to do anything crazy with something like that. But a chart like this, now this was on this scan a bunch last week, CL. Back here, it was real tasty looking to me. It's now broken out of back here, right? Out of that there over the last couple of days. That's a nice looking chart, right? I mean, this thing, these beautiful steps up, indicating a very nice trend. Perhaps it gives us a little consolidation, and in several days, this catches back up to make another move like that. Maybe it might give an entry. Maybe it won't. But here's the other beautiful thing about this chart. There is no resistance. If you look back left on a weekly, monthly, daily, lifetime chart, whatever you look at, there is nothing above to block the price on this. It has nothing but blue skies. Does that mean it goes up? Not necessarily, but we're trying to get the best possible positioning that we can on everything we're looking at. Oh, PG, I forgot. I didn't even skip over that. Procter & Gamble, another huge company that I'm sure you don't hear about on a regular basis for the stock market in general. Made a new all-time high today, right? This is a really nice looking one. We could break above this level right here. Like that. I like that very much. Blue sky above it. Again, now I say all these things. In 15 minutes from now, it's possible the entire market starts to collapse. And, well, we got to watch out for all that, right? I'm not betting on that happening right now. But, if we're scared to take positions all the time, the saying, scared money don't make no money. So that's why we have trading plans. Trading plans mean we're not gambling. By the lack of anything coming in here, with the exception of a couple of you folks, I'm guessing that this is all right content for you. If not, please, throw something in there. I'll go in another direction for you folks. I know a lot of people can't always sit in front of the computer for day trading. I'm not going to say swing trading is easier than day trading, but swing trading is more realistic for a lot of folks than day trading. And with swing trading, generally speaking, you take bigger, deeper stops. You can have more flexibility. If you're swing trading, you shouldn't really be looking at intraday charts, maybe a 60-minute chart or something like that. You're looking more at daily charts and those moves on it. So, folks that have a good swing trading plan, I think generally they're having less heart palpitations than folks that are trading the low float stuff. It's a generalization. It's not a hard and fast rule for everybody. You have folks out there like, maybe he's listening right now, Barry. He's been doing this for, a very long time, trading the lower float stuff, the faster moving stocks. He has a plan. He has the utmost of discipline. So, there's nothing that's going to get him rattled, because he doesn't put himself in a position to get rattled, where especially a lot of newer traders, they do put themselves in that position. I am one of those that have done it countless amounts of times over the years. And, I found my first success with swing trading. It took me before I stopped, let's call it, I won't even call it success day trading, before I just stopped consistently losing money day trading. I became an very okay swing trader first. That was where it happened for me. I had to realize that after a few years, day trading was not working, and I couldn't continue to justify doing it anymore. And so then I pivoted and tried to come up with a plan for swing trading, and slowly over another several months, I started having more wins than losses. Can I look at CABA? Sure. Let me pull that up. CABA. Let me get rid of that Tron. CABA. Are we looking at this on a daily chart? Intraday chart? CABA? I'm not getting anything on CABA. Why am I not getting anything? Oh, because my software just completely locked up and froze on me. Isn't that nice? Bear with me here, everybody. Ay. All right, Let's see here. CABA, round 2. Loaded. Swing trade thoughts. All right. Downtrend. Newton's law of motion. Body in motion will remain in that motion until acted upon by another force. Right. There ain't nothing to stop that from moving down right now. I'd be looking at, let's do this really fast. Let's come down here to this low. All right. If it gets through that low, then you're looking at down here, and if it gets through there, you literally have support at 0 after that, right? So this isn't pulling back, right? This is a collapsing stock. That's what I see there. Now, with that said, could it find support here and then begin to build the base camp and move up? Anything is possible, right? But I wouldn't be buying here, because if you buy here, where's your stop? What's your out? What are you looking at going back to, going back to get a stop? Are you looking at this here? That's your one bit of support right there. It's not a lot of touches on that line going back right there. So, yeah, I'd be weary of this. On top of that, you got biological product manufacturing, some kind of pharmaceutical or something, clinical stage. Yeah. So you're 100% reliant on whatever drugs they have in the pipeline. And if you're getting an FDA approval or something like that, right? So, and that cuts both ways. They come out and they get some other bad news or something like that. I mean, you could wake up and this thing's trading, below $1, real easily. So I'd be real careful with this. I'm not saying it's a not buy, but I am saying right here, you've got you may have a reason. I can't find a constructive reason to be buying it here, for me anyways. So sorry, I don't want to bash on a chart like that, but I also want to, be realistic about what we're looking at here with this. Kodak as the stock of the week is a swing trade, and only if it hits 570. I don't know what. I'll just take your word for it. I don't look at the trade of the week. I'll note this here with it. And get this big move up and a pullback into this level here. And we can see that prices really kind of like this level. Almost got into it here, shot up, touched it, came down, went through it, couldn't back over it, couldn't get over it, came up, tested it, bounced off of it, right? So this is a big pivot line to me. That's a big line that I'm looking at. I'd like to see this move up into it more and settle for that. I'm also, it's tough because here's a low, here's a higher low, here's a high, here's a higher high. But I'd like to see, this become another higher low, and I'd like to see another higher high here to really start to define a trend up type of thing. That's for me anyways. But I also start to think of terms. I've started to think of holding things more, many days into weeks versus just a few days. A lot of times with the trade of the week, Steve is looking at things for, a few day hold, not necessarily a long, if the longer term is there, of course, but, his ideas are, if we get a move, take some of that money and run type of things. Right. And so there's a difference in what two people are looking at here. Also, I would like to note that a very large part of what I do swing trading, or where I came from swing trading, is because of Steve. So I just always like to note that. There was, several years ago, there used to be these other webinars in the afternoon that Steve, Andy, and Jamie rotated on, leading and assisting on. And then Dan and Brad did on a Wednesday, kind of a Wednesday Q&A and showing off stuff that was coming down the pipeline. And I don't know what it was. There was just something that, in the Trade of the Week webinar that Steve used to do, is something in his communications that resonated with me. Both Andy and Jamie, a lot of the same things too. I guess maybe because of my schedule back then for the work that I used to do, I was able to see more of the webinars with Steve. And, because I couldn't always make the Monday ones with Jamie, and I couldn't always make the Thursday ones with Andy. So, I kind of Steve kind of became my comfortable place on education, for lack of a better term. So I try not to be confirmation biased, but I just, I like a lot of stuff Steve does. That's all, I like a lot of stuff that Steve does. That's all when it comes to swing trading stuff. So, but anyways, Kodak, there it is. For me personally, I would need to, see something into a pullback and look for a bounce from there. What else do we got going on here, folks? All right, so I went over the 3 swing trading scans. I don't know. What else am I missing here? Someone help me out. Am I missing something? Something else I could add to this all? Someone wants to take it another direction. I never like to feel like I'm hijacking stuff. I want to make sure you folks get what it is you're looking for. All right, nothing doing coming in. So, all right, I see my software shutting down like that on me. I lost my whole list here on stocks. I said we'd maybe revisit the second half of that list. No maybe about it. We won't be revisiting that. GDS. Isn't this one of those stocks that does the crazy now and again? I guess not. I could have sworn this was one of those stocks that's done the crazy. Certainly some crazy uptrends here, but not. I could have sworn it was one of those ones that, that's a heck of a move over that period there. I would have had some of those days where I had like a crazy, 30, 50, 80, 100% move in a day. Guess not. I guess just a shot at the overall market right now. We talked enough at the SPY, I think. We got a good idea there in the Qs. Going to be in the same ballpark as the SPY. Very nice trend going on here. Same thing. We're going to pull back into it. And I want to hit on this again really fast. Just be careful what you're consuming. We are what we consume, whether it's food, information, right? How many people out here were the doomsayers? It's all over, right? We're done. Market's rolling over. We're topped out. Get ready for the crash. And we had this sell-off come in, and then the market came up like that. And I know there's probably at least one person out there, the Fed backstopped the market and da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'm going to say, so what if they did? Are you just going to sit on the sidelines and not make money and be angry about it? Or are you going to participate and make some money and have some risk plans in case the market does roll over? I'm going to choose option B. But anybody else out there that just wants to be mad about it, I understand. I don't like it. I don't agree with a lot of stuff that goes on as far as the markets go. I've got my own thoughts about some of all the stuff that goes on. And, over a cup of coffee or whatever it is, my private talk with certain people is a little different. I do not watch any financial news whatsoever, but I've watched enough in my lifetime to know what the talking heads are generally always going to be saying. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is price, not our opinions, and our feelings matter even less when it comes to the market. The market loves to eat your feelings and turn it into profits for the hedge funds and the big guys out there. That's what the market thinks of everybody's feelings. So this thing is strong as heck. And like I said, today may be the start of a collapse. I have no idea. But what I do know is it ain't collapsing right now. Diamonds, they had been the laggard, which, flipped to a year plus ago. They had been more of a leader. I mean, look at first off, ending last year, I mean, look at that move for the diamonds. We go back on a weekly chart here. I see all these old lines I got on here. Holy cow. Clean this stuff up. When the rest of the market got weak back, the first that started showing some strength here was the Dow itself. Now it's showing a little more weakness, but I see, it's showing more weakness. Its lifetime high on the diamonds is 401. All right. We're at 394. So, take the weakness with a grain of salt here. Anyways, that's the diamonds. The IWM representing our Russell 2000, the small caps. It's been a long time since this thing has gone anywhere. Long time. And, here's coming out of COVID, topped out and consolidated, sold off into that bear market. And even though we pulled into a bull market since then, it hasn't been able to break out. I'm looking at this level right here. 200 is obviously a huge psychological number for the IWMs and the small caps. I'm going to look at that right here, this topping out right there. So, can it break through this mini range here and start to get itself back up towards that January of 2022 as we moved into that bear market in the beginning of 2022? Can it do it? I don't know. But I will note that the overall market continues to be very resilient, and this has not been able to break down recently below that level. And so you better believe the bulls in general are looking for it to do that. I won't say I'm a bull or a bear. I lean more towards bullish because, first off, bull markets are much more fun in my opinion. Most everybody that we know, I shouldn't say that. Many of us know people with retirement money that's out there that is, reliant on the market, not getting chopped and rocked to pieces. I don't ever want to see anybody hurt and lose money like that. While the market, generally speaking, doesn't just go straight up. Again, we could have that conversation another time and place, but I don't want to see anybody lose money. I don't want to see anybody hurt, either side, long or short. I believe there's plenty of room for everybody at the top. There's trading plans that work all over the place, new ones being crafted. So I guess I lean more towards bullish because I feel like, bullish markets are just better for society in general. The market has a great way of weeding out the liars and the fakes. It doesn't always happen in the time that we think it should happen, but, think of the companies out there that have gone under. They weren't good companies, and that's why their stocks, went to zero and the companies went bankrupt, right? That's how the market works. It has a way of eventually fishing out the nonsense. Nikola, for example, I think they had their electric trucks or whatever they're going to do. I mean, come on, the market sniffed that rate out and knew they're full of crap, and that stock's going to be delisted sooner than later, right? Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a company that lost money hand over fist. Poor management. It is what it is, right? Market sniffed that crap out. Goodbye, Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. Exactly. And people who are stuck to a narrative get slaughtered, right? People that they have no open mind whatsoever, and they're bogged down in their views and their beliefs, and they let those dictate everything they're doing instead of price and volume.
Dear Chris.
Yes, sir.
What's happening with Bitcoin, Chris?
I don't know what is happening with it.
Well, actually, I mean, it is amazing what's happening to it.
All right.
Take a look at IBIT.
Selling up.
Put IBIT on IBIT.
Woo, that's not great.
Yeah, so Bitcoin now, I mean, it's almost at the 60K level. I mean, I'm kind of kidding you. Of course, I don't know what's going on with Bitcoin either. People ask, I have no idea.
Right.
I don't know why it's selling off, because Bitcoin has kind of followed the market to a great extent, but it is now disconnecting from the market completely. And I mean, it was at what, 75? I don't know what the top was. Well, let's call it 75. Now it's just, it's flirting with 60 and, just selling off.
Yeah. Well, one of those things, think about, with any trade, any time frame, you got this level up here, couldn't get through it, 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 and a breakdown, right? Mm-hmm. So,
German government sold a huge pile of Bitcoin. Okay, and somebody actually mentioned that they had to, some exchange had to come up with 100,000 Bitcoins or something like that, to pay back people, something like that. I mean, I don't know if that's the reason,
Right.
but it isn't. But it's interesting because if you look at Bitcoin and you look at the market, they were almost in lockstep, but there's been a big disconnect since June the 7th, beginning of the month. That's when Bitcoin started to. But you look at the market certainly has done that. So
yeah, because I look at it once in a while, and I guess the last time I looked at it was probably like, I guess the middle of last week, and it was at like 60. I want to say 65 or 66,000 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I know on a percent basis it's not insane, $6,000.
No.
At those prices, but certainly worth noting when you got something that just it keeps failing to break out. The bulls get tired,
This is one of the bigger dollar drops or like amount. I mean, it's down 38.80 right now.
Wow.
I mean, that's one of the bigger moves down.
That is a big, intraday move. I guess it's tough because it trades 24/7. So what do you call
exactly.
Intraday? But
exactly. But
all right.
Anywho. You answered. I'm sure you answered Toro on the Kodak. I know you don't. You said you don't look at the stock.
I don't look at the trade of the week like I used to anymore. More
the trigger, the trigger is 5.7.
Yeah, like I look at I look at the chart themselves and kind of have my own thing about it now,
right?
Versus what Steve's got in there. But yeah,
the interesting thing is that it was last week's trade of the week, and it never pulled back enough, so it was a non-event.
Oh, okay. So it was last week, not this current week's trade of the week.
Oh no, it is this week's also.
Oh, it's
both. That's what I'm saying. It was also last week's trade of the week on a pullback, but it never pulled back
right
to the area,
okay.
And so consequently it became a non-event. But he decided to keep at it this week, and to the same sort of pullback area. And now it's pulled back below, but now he's waiting for 570, and but I don't think it hasn't triggered.
Okay, all right. So I'm looking at this level somewhere around 530 right now. And you like on a chart, if you put a line at 530, you can see it touches around that line quite a bit, going all the way back through June of last year, as a matter of fact. So that might be a spot finding some pullback support. I don't know anything about this company anymore. I remember there was something like 5 years ago or something, they were going to become a pharmaceutical manufacturer or something like that. I have no idea if that even happened.
Yeah, no, I don't think it really happened.
All right, so
they were going to have something to do with COVID and manufacture stuff for COVID.
Okay,
it didn't happen, as far as I know, anyway. Anyway, my friend, it is now 1:00, so I will let you go. I'll open that other room, and thank you again.
As always, my pleasure.
Have a great rest of the week.
All right, you do the same. Thanks, everybody. Hopefully, you got something out of that, and we'll see you on the next one.
Right, guys. So I'm back in both rooms. Oh, I must have. Sorry, guys. I must have deleted my. Oh, I see what happened. There's my announcement. Okay. Now I can't get rid of it. Just give me a moment. There we go. And get my music going. Yeah, we were just talking about Bitcoin, Steve, or Chris and I. I mean, 60,000 in jeopardy now, isn't it? This has to be one of the bigger. I'm not necessarily on a percentage basis, but down right now, $3,800. That has to be one of the bigger dollar drops, right, in the last while. So meanwhile, while I was gone, I did see that MLGO, I did see that it burst through 8 and got up to 870. So now, now I'm going to wait and see if I can take out 870 later on. That might be the new. And the only reason I'm doing that is because, again, when we keep looking left, there is still room. If it broke through 870, 950, and then, of course, back on the 4th of June, it got up to 15. So I think that's what course traders are going to be looking at. So Christine, I don't see anybody who answered you. I certainly don't have any insight at all on the ATLN. I'm assuming you're in at a lot higher prices, and that's your. So it started trading as 8. Okay, so it was a symbol name change today. I'm assuming you're in a lot higher. Obviously, there could be a light at the end of the tunnel, but maybe there isn't. I mean, nobody really knows. Yeah, when they get a security breach in Bitcoin, that's not. I mean, because that there's always billed as being so incredibly security proof, or and now you start getting things like that, like you're talking about Trader 77 or a YouTube room. Not security proof, but you know what I mean. What are you in at though, Christine? Like what price are you in at? I think it's over now for MLGO. Okay, all right, no problem. Looks like that's over now for MLGO, guys. There's NNE again, guys. I mean, this, it will not die. I mean, there's that 10 SMA holding it. And probably the VWAP is around the same, 1945. Okay, in this case, okay, the 10 SMA is about $1 above that VWAP. So I almost hopped on that Max short, but I'm glad I didn't. Saw this. I thought, okay, maybe now it'll tumble a couple of dollars, but it is not. Now, I have never heard of this company, SimilarWeb, okay? SMWB, never heard of these guys, out of Israel. Probably hasn't showed up on my radar at all, any scan. It is showing up on the momentum scan, but I look at it left and I just don't like it. You know, if there's ions, maybe if it can get over 43, that could go on a bit of a run. This is a sympathy play with the ALNY, which I haven't looked at all today. I should have. See if it's giving a lot of it up. Not really. Not really. Is not giving a lot up. I mean, it had the big pop pre-market up to 234. I mean, you might say, well, it's 223 now, but I mean, it's not like it's had a steady decline or anything. And just great news. Ions and what was the other one? NTLA were kind of sympathy plays. I think NTLA gave it up quite a bit, though. Yeah, look at NTLA. I mean, it's still positive for the day, but it is really starting to give it up, and it's underneath 25. It's an interesting level. The low is 24.28. That's a really interesting level to give up. 25 level. See if we can base just a little bit. Pretty good volume, 1.5 million, but that represents 2.2 times normal. So that's, not bad. It's a relatively big float, 95 million. My best case scenario for this one would be to hang around this area for NTLA and keep underneath 25 and then start another drop down. The low is down here at 24.29. Again, this is just a sympathy play. Now, Stifel has got what sort of price target? Oh, wow. An $80 price target. Okay. I see $59,995.75 now for Bitcoin. No, just a little over 60,000. And I know it depends on the exchange you're looking at, I guess, but 60,000, that's your defendant, or that's the area that it's going to try to defend, I guess, for a while. Yeah, I have 59,889. I think we're pretty close, William, now. 59,831. All right, guys. So I saw this one, and this is in the momentum scan. Okay, KRMD had a great week last week. Low of 213, closed up here 264. Continuation today. Remember, this is the first day of the week, so a nice continuation. 43 million in the float. Not a lot of volume. 154,000. It's 5.7 times normal, so it's not a lot of volume, but longer it holds over 3. Next high looking left on the weekly chart. Well, it's above that. So let's take a look. 312. That happened August. sorry, September of last year, so not quite a year ago. All right, NTLA now is challenging 25. Will 25 be a rejection? I'm just watching this NTLA to see if 25 rejects it again and moves down. All right, guys. Well, it doesn't look like, well, again, okay, it is toyed with 25 NTLA. All right, what the heck is this thing? IBDZ. A lot of volume. Some kind of an I bond. So Affirm is still pretty strong, guys, on that big Goldman upgrade. Upgrades it to, what was the price again? To 42. So this is at $32. So Goldman upgrading it to 32. Oh, sorry, 42. Haven't really looked at the market. I mean, we've well, I shouldn't say that. The first 30 minutes were awesome in terms of being up. A giant red candle, then a chop. Now we've been down 45 minutes before this one, this green candle, and this just started 2 minutes into this candle. So last week it was SOX S. No, I'm sorry, it couldn't have been. Maybe. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It was Sox S. Two big days, and now today again. So you buy this if you think semis are going down, basically. All right, guys. I'm not seeing too much. I've looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing too much that really gets me that interested. Except, oh my goodness, ICU. So this just happened. This had a big pop, guys. 870 to 920. That's ICU. Now, the issue would be, I mean, the next high looking left is 962. So that's far enough away, actually. But the issue could be also the fact that it's got not a great spread. Yeah, it does not have a good spread. And we're not talking about PJ's middle section. Well, yeah, I mean the MLGO for sure. I mean, but to me, it's got to, you know my style. Where are you? I mean, if it can get over 8 again, okay, I really think it has to get over 8 again and get some volume in. And late day, as you say, it could have a run, maybe to the high. I mean, there's the high, 867. But if it gets over 8 again on any volume, it could really explode through that high and maybe challenge that high looking left of 950. Could. All right, thank you, William. So William says he will keep the room open until 4-ish. Okay, I'm going to probably take off around 2:30. Well, let's see if this ICU can get back over 9, say 910 or so, and tighten up that spread. Though I mean, the spread is not great. 10 cents now. It's not awful, but all right, guys. Well, as I wait for something to happen, let me go over my homepage one last time. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, a way in which you can take out a subscription, you can use this promo code, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, please use whatever promo code you see on my homepage. That will really help to keep this room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, which again helps to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started 10 short videos. That's the first thing you should do if you take out a subscription. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for maybe even a refresher or a different take. These are a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put them together, all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. And don't think it triggered. Kodak has been the trade of the week the last 2 weeks. It did not trigger last week, and I don't think it has triggered so far this morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, the ones that I'm currently sharing, I don't have them all up and running. Okay. It'd be crazy. Way too many to have all up and running. But you can see here are the three races. Here are the three races right here. There's the halts resumes is over here. You will hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. I have them right here. Okay, so if you have questions about them, you can ask me. Or any other questions, please. I mean, don't feel shy. If you are sitting out there, don't be shy. Ask questions, okay? It actually helps me, maintain some kind of focus. All right, so ICU is back over 9. Volume is picking up also for the ICU, guys. It is actually picking up. Take a look at ICU. See how the volume is picking up right here. So there's a little bit of enthusiasm coming. What time is it now? 1:26. So this still has 3.5 minutes to close, and this will be probably the second biggest volume bar of the day. Yeah, the 9:45 is the second one as we speak, but it looks like, with the volume coming in, that'll probably eclipse that. We all know what blue sky is, but here's black sky. Black Sky Technology. Space-based intelligence company. All right. So this Affirm, AFRM, I mean, it's still sitting right at that 200-day moving average, just struggling to get through it, 3260, 3266. So it's sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Did get up to 3321, so it did break through it earlier. This was back at 1230. FBLG. What is this one doing? All right, guys, I just fiddled around with my mic. I'm wondering if there's any difference. You guys were talking about LICY earlier, LICY. ALT. Well, okay, it has a bounce. You're right. It's bounced 729, 754. Now, if you follow that 10 SMA, I don't know NivTop. I'm talking to NivTop in our YouTube room. That 10 SMA is falling into it. Okay, and Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he looks at that as being a potential piece of resistance. Okay, and the VWAP 780. So the VWAP's a little bit above that. So that is what you've kind of got to contend with, I think, of it continuing to move higher. Now, obviously, it would have been nice to get it right down here, 730. All right, take a look at GME, guys. I think it's coming into an interesting level. First of all, it's below the whole number, 24, but right there, okay, on the 15-minute chart, 2375. If it takes that out, that might get it moving down further. And there are, lots of shares. Not like the 5 million a couple of weeks ago, but there are 745,000 Interactive Brokers now available to short. And you can see that 10 SMA, how it broke down below it, could not get above it, and now moving down from it. Now, does it work like that every single time? Of course not. Money Hero, MNY. Earnings play today, guys. Not good. Well, not great anyway, down 11%. All right, now listen, MLGO is definitely basing nicely now. Pretty decently. Any sort of a breakthrough eighth, it could get it going again, balance, into the close. Okay, ICU guys, ICU. I was just going to say that ICU could be that one that has that late day run. Could be. It's had a great run so far. This is the third, call it the third day. Minim, I haven't looked at this one all day. I've seen it up here, but I haven't looked at it. Has it won a race? Did not win a race today. Not that it matters, but look at Minim, MINM. I mean, this obviously got room too. 480. So it's got about $1 to the next high. Chasing now, unfortunately, but let's see if it gives us any kind of a setup. That was the high last week, is 488. That was basically the high on Friday. And that is for the MINM. Relative, yeah, you're right. The relative volume is not good. It's only 0.41. You're right. I mean, they don't all have to be exploding, but now a lot of that is because, last week it had like over 50 million shares. So it's kind of, but you're right. It is not great. I'm talking to Niv Top in our YouTube room, who said that the relative volume is not great for MINM. Well, I'm not surprised, but I mean, I was thinking that the ICU, once it got over a 9 again, I thought that might have held it and maybe had a run, but so far, again, it may have that late day run. Volume coming in, though. I mean, there is volume coming into MINM. Look at that big. That's the biggest volume bar of the day right there. GME is still underneath that 24. Hasn't quite broken down through here, though. I think it really has to break down through here, 23.75. That may get it moving down. All right, ICU, you're back over 9 again. Okay, can you stay there and move? Trend is up. The trend is definitely up, making higher lows. But then it just made All right, guys, NNE may be getting set up for another run here, just over 21 now. Had this little pullback. No, it is not great. I mean, it's not terrible for that stock. It's 15 cents right now anyway, 2085, 21. I mean, it's not terrible for the stock for a stock that can move, several dollars, but rather it be a little bit better. Let's see. NXL. Could it be the next? Yeah. We're in 12 races. Well, if it takes out the high of the day, which is around 3, the next high is 345 or so, 342 maybe. How about 340? So it is 340 on the weekly chart. That would be the next high. I actually do like the way this MLGO is trading, though. If you look at it on a slightly shrunk down 15-minute chart, it looks like this, okay? So, I mean, that looks, I don't know if it's going to break out, but if it does, that's a pretty good, decent base. I miss getting my NNE. Or not. Okay, guys, I have another, say, 40 minutes left. Again, taking off at about 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions. Is okay, may I? Is either of those China or Singapore, CASA? The one last week really didn't do anything, did it? I can't even remember what it was. Didn't really do anything. The bloom seems to be off anyway on those Singaporean and China stocks. So far, we haven't seen one for the last few weeks that have gone crazy that I can remember anyway. All right, guys. Well, again, things are wow. Look at the okay MLGO guys. MLGO. Look at it move now. Look at it starting to move here, guys. Now, I'd like to see more volume, but it is starting to move out of this area. Challenging 8. Remember, the high of the day is 865. Oh, I'd like to see like a big break of 8. I mean, the volume is great. I mean, it. Give me a moment. All right, let's see how well it can hold 8. Getting so close. Okay, guys, can it really bomb up from here? Yeah, you know, NNE is still strong too. NNE is still strong. Still really strong. I don't think I've seen GTHX. Come on. Yeah. Oh, of course. This was the one that got hammered down. Man, what a nice run. William, you were bang on, I guess, in your analysis. I mean, this is not a one-trick pony, and they had other things, and this has not quite come back to being flat, but what a beautiful run from what dollar all the way up to 217. Fairly orderly, too. No giant red candles to kind of knock you out of the trade if you took it, which I didn't. Oracle, Blaine, Oracle. I know Oracle had earnings a couple of weeks ago, I think. I think it was an all-time high. Yeah, they were close to, well, right here. Yeah, that probably was an all-time high right up here. 145. Earnings date was here. Great reaction. Little pullback, but then continue to make new highs, all-time highs. Little pullback. Affirm over that whole number, guys. Again, with that Goldman upgrade, the Goldman upgrade of Affirm, that is really helping it today, of course, up 10%. That's a big move with 250 million in the float. And again, you look left the next time. I think that was their target, wasn't it? Or 42. I think 42 was their price target. I think that's what they said. Yeah, $42 price target. And that is from Goldman Sachs. So if Oracle is going to bounce, well, I think it probably needs the market to help, right? A little bit. Market's not helping yet. The VWAP is 140.29, so it's below that VWAP. All right, guys, 2 o'clock now, so I have another half hour or so. I don't think I saw. Oh, okay, now here is another one, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Forget it. I thought this was a new one, Nano Nuclear. That would be a comparison NNE, but it is NNE. Sorry. All right, guys, keep an eye on this Affirm now, AFRM. I mean, see that? I mean, that Goldman upgrade to 42 certainly is helping it. The other thing that's helping it, I think, for a lot of people, it's through the 200-day moving average, 3267 or so. So it took out the 200-day moving average and starting to move now. Come on, MLGO. All right, Gordy. Yeah, Gordy is GRDI VWAP 141. So it's over the VWAP now. Very choppy day though, but it is over the VWAP. Coming into that 10 SMA though, if you're a follower of that on the 15-minute chart, coming right into it. Will that block it? Oh man, this got halted on the way down now, guys. LRE, I think. Remember this one at the beginning of the day? This was an all-time high at one point for LRE. And then just absolutely cratered. Shorts available too at Interactive Brokers. Affirm, guys, AFRM inching its way up. All right, Blaine, let's take a look at Oracle. That's a really tight stop. All right. Good luck. Well, you're making a little bit right, but I know you got to make more than that. So your next high, yeah, I mean 139.77 is up here. All right, guys, that firm, AFRM, late day runner now. And MLGO, thank you. Finally. Took some off, guys. Taking some off. Took some off. The next high looking left is 950. Well, this is the one, guys. This was the late day runner that I was kind of hoping for. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, I don't care which one was it, but certainly this one was interesting. All right, well, let's take a look at NXL, okay? Let's see if it could. Well, of course it could. My issue with it right now, it looks very choppy, but to me, it would have to, at least, it probably would have to take out 274 for it to get really rocking and get some volume coming in. See, look at the volume for MLGO. I mean, for an hour, it was, it was just sort of sitting there. And then the last two 15-minute candles, and, there's 8 minutes left in this one. You can see there's a change. So that would have, in my opinion anyway, that would have to be the same sort of thing with the NXL. Got to see some volume coming in. Now I should, okay, there was volume here. Only 6 million in the float and 22 million. So it'll probably trade the float 4 times today. The issue could be also, I mean, 294 was the high of the day, which took out that high of 289 briefly. Next high is 340. Oh, unbelievable, guys. Now got up to 9. Don't have very much left, but the next high looking left is 950. Takes that out. Look out. I mean, there's our next high is 15. Oh, we haven't seen a runner like this, late day runner like this for a while. Volume pouring in. Okay, guys, I've just taken most of this off. Just over 9 now. It might get, look, if it gets to 950, it could easily maybe make a challenge of this, but I just don't want to risk it right now. Only 4.5 million in the float. This has just been a wonderful trader today. And you can kind of see, I mean, look at this break right there on the 15. And I may regret it, but I'm not unhappy with the trades today. Yeah, it's still halted. Yeah, it got halted at 203, I guess. So it's still halted. This is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. It is now. Well, guys, huge area right here. 950 for MLGO. And it's right there. And if it takes that out, I mean, traders are going to look at this. I mean, there's a 200-day way up there. 1482. Yeah, there it goes. Without me, but that's okay. And look at the volume. This could turn into about the 4th biggest volume bar of the day. On the 15-minute chart, of course, that's all I'm looking at. Well, I had it, so I'm okay there. I just mean it's without me now. But it's only up 143% right now. So far, that 950 so far is kind of holding it. It did get up to 961, but that 950 looks like it's trying to hold it for a while anyway. You know what? I mean, there's a part of me that says if it really takes this out, this could keep going. I don't know if I want to risk it this late, but all right, LRE adjust resumed. I mean, what a joke, guys. I mean, seriously, this is such a joke. When it got up here, that was an all-time high. And now it's within like 33% of an all-time low. Well, we love you, Todd. We love all our subscribers, but especially you, Todd. Boy, look at this LRE now. I mean, now this is, and it's shortable too. I mean, 76,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Not a lot, but it is shortable. I wouldn't short it. I mean, I'm looking right there. It looks like there could be some support. I wonder if anybody ever uses ILK anymore. They do? Okay. I mean, you do? It's such a great word. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, RDZ. And what is this doing now? Next high looking left, 248. It's got room. I mean, it's got room. 20 million in the float. Look at this, 365 times normal. 5 million, almost 5 million shares now. Okay, guys, it's 2:16, so I've got maybe another 15 minutes or so. Again, I'll always say later if there are questions. Well, thank you very much, Dave. I do appreciate that in our YouTube room. So the market, so now the market we can say has had a disconnect. Okay, the Dow is up, Nas is down, so we have a disconnect, value versus growth, and you know the SOX S has been a good trade all day. I guess for those of you who trade ETFs like this, yeah, it's been a great trade. You know, a little bit choppy, but the trend has been up, and of course, Nvidia. Let's take a look at the stock itself. Yeah, Nvidia. That's a big drop, guys. I mean, that, you know, from the highs, all-time highs up here, 140 down to 118. Remember that? So this would be what, 1,080? 1,180 in the old days before they did the 1 for 10 forward split. Well, again, I may not be around, but I mean, if this if the MLGO takes out that high right there again, I mean, I'm not kidding. This could go on another late day run. I mean, it looks so extended, but I think I know what traders are looking at. And there's that high 950. It's trying again. And then they look at this and go, man, I mean, no, I don't think anybody is thinking it's going to get to 15, but I can almost guarantee, I don't think people were probably thinking it would get to 950 either today. Not when it was sitting at 440 this morning. Now, there it goes. So guys, I mean, if you want action, I mean, I mean, the races I love, okay, but you want action, real-time alert action on the stocks that are really moving, you know, this momentum scan that I've got on my homepage, that can give you enough to do all day long. It gets a lot of alerts though. So, you know, you have to have some idea about what you're looking at. I would not necessarily look at that if you're brand new to trading, because it could be overwhelming, but certainly, I mean, you're going to get a lot of really active stocks in that scan right there, that momentum scan. And just to remind everybody, so there it is, clicking on my homepage link. So just scroll to the middle section, click here, and here it is, momentum. It's a little bit different from the one I have, but I mean, it's basically the same. You'll get actually more alerts. And one last thing, if when you go to my homepage and you scroll down and you see, and you cannot see the click here, not like you can see it here, you might have an old cached version of my homepage. So all you have to do is keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then click on the refresh icon. And then the click here should appear. Okay. I wonder what it's going to be right here. What is that price alert? And the answer is, oh, GME. That is not what I thought. Oh, MLGO. Just got to be awfully, you know, you got to be careful. Again, 4.5 million in the float. So you've got to be careful. Boy, this takes out 10, guys. Takes out 10. I don't mean just like 1001, 1002. It gets up to like 1020, 1025 or so. I mean, I'm not kidding. This could really go again. That is not a recommendation, okay? It's just what I'm seeing. Meanwhile, LRE, the nonsensical one, is just continuing to move down. And the shorts have finally dried up at Interactive Brokers for LRE. Oh, wait a minute. I may be wrong. No, still 72,000. I had another one. Something else was up. So yeah, there's still 72,000 available Interactive Brokers on the LRE. Is that a defense stock, RTX, or am I thinking something else? Yeah, that's a defense stock, RTX. Okay, wow. It's a big drop from 106 down to 103. Wow, what a short this was. I mean, even from here, you know, 615 on that break, $6 on that $6 break for LRE. 375 now. That's a tremendous percentage move. I did not take it. I'll tell you why. I thought that this might hold it. This 470, 480 mark right there in the daily. Not even close. Wouldn't that be interesting if it goes from a lifetime high up here to a lifetime low if it keeps sinking all in one day? Now that I don't think I've seen. All right, guys, 225. Getting close to exiting myself anyway. Any last minute questions? Well, there's the NXL, guys. There's the NXL. Maybe. Yeah, some volume is coming in to NXL. Well, let's first of all, let's define laden for people. There's going to be people who won't know what that means. I'm going to give it like, the terminal velocity. So coming into the water. Good question. But not the type of question I was really looking for. He is? Okay, that could be interesting. Can you be more vague or less vague, or my inner Chandler? Okay, guys, so before I do take off, I'm going to put our main trading room link into YouTube. So those who are left in YouTube, if you want, you can head over to the main room. William will keep it open till around 4. Nobody will be talking and there'll be no screen sharing, but there's still a lot of people still left who are tossing around ideas. So here is the link to get into the main. Whoops, sorry, that is not correct. Put a couple of links in one. All right, so there's the trading room link if you want to head over. Look at that MLGO, guys. Yeah, man. Look at the volume. I mean, the volume is still stellar. Not quite 25 times, but very close. 25 times the float. Okay, guys, it's 2:30. I'll stick around for one more minute in case there's a question. Otherwise, I'm going to stop the screen sharing and get off the mic. Well, look at that. Look at that, guys. Over 10 now. Ah, missed it. Sugar. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow, wow, wow. No, I missed it. I'm surprised it has not been halted all day long. And well, I mean, it's just math, okay? In fact, it looks like it's going to be halted right now. Speak of the devil. There we go. Halted. I got to watch myself. I don't want to say a bad word. I almost was trying to get it at 10:15 and I missed it. Okay, guys, on that, I will leave. So thank you for all of the help. And I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. Go Oilers, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, guys, now I'll have to shut down the YouTubers. I cannot keep that room open.